out from our data. So we have a large amount of data. Now, what we try to churn out is the insight what we can get out of this data, right? So what I'm trying to tell you is that the COVID-19 or any type of pandemic data has two phases, right? One phase is the temporal phase, so which tells that this pandemic, how is the spread of the pandemic with time. Okay, so the graph what I've shown in the left, it actually perfectly speaks on that line. So it tells that how the number of infected cases or confirmed cases, or the number of deaths and recovered cases are there, but the count across the time axis. So time axis is plotted as one axis. Vis-a-vis, if you to the right graph, okay, it tells the spatial information of the pandemic, which tells that across the different regions of the world, across the different countries of the world, right, how this number of cases are getting changed. And you see there is a variation. So there is a variation in the time axis, and there is also a variation in the spatial domain, and that's what is so interesting. So you cannot actually model the data in a uniform model. So the model what you do for US and the model what you do for Saudi Arabia, okay, say, or India, might not be same. So that's the critical aspect of this type of pandemic data, right? And I will discuss more on this as I progress. Now I will a little bit go back to what are the questions we need to answer from the data we collect, okay, in a generic epidemic scenario. What are the questions we need to correct? And there are, okay, and obviously COVID-19 is not the first kind of epidemic in the world. There were several epidemics which happened and occurred in the different parts of the world in different intervals of time. But what we are trying to understand from this history data, or from the data which is being generated due to the existence of an pandemic or something like that. So we want to know what is the average age of infection. So we want to know what is the population, or what is the timeline, or what is the duration this particular infection stays, right? And what is the epidemic level? Epidemic level means there are certain thresholds of epidemic, which means that if epidemic level is within a particular threshold, it means that the epidemic will need not to think much on that, okay? But if the epidemic level is above a threshold, which is governed by the infection ratio, and also some sort of growth of infection, those threshold defines the level of the epidemic. And epidemic level obviously tells you that that means how active we should be in taking the measures so that it can be well controlled. And we all know that COVID-19 has surpassed all the epidemic levels what we know, right? And it has actually going in leaps and bounds in many of the countries. Fine. And also there is a study called Subcommunities and Network, which tells that whether the epidemic is a particular community means which are, okay, it's a community means which are having a similar type of behavior, right? Either in terms of social behavior, or in terms of demography, or in terms of some location or something, right? So whether this epidemic is actually within a particular community, right? And also there is a network which tells that how this epidemic spreads between. Network network defines a connectivity between the nodes, right? So we can assume that the different nodes of the different communities, which are either spatially separated or behaviorally separated, and how this infection has connected or has originated from one community and has spread to another community. And that's the term we tell that community spread. So community spread means something which is not actually bound within a particular group of people. Now it is being very sporadic. Now it is being spread out across the various communities in the population, and that's what makes a dangerous, what makes the epidemic very critical, because now you cannot, now you have to work with the entire population. Okay. Critical community size, which means that what is the amount of the, that means if we try to understand the spread of this disease. So what is the what is the number of persons when gets infected. Okay, we can tell that okay, there is that means we are fine, that we can now live with this particular disease. So we know that when a person gets infected, okay, and gets cured, there is an immunity which is being transferred to the particular person, and that particular person gets a safeguard from the particular disease. But there are some questions. Obviously, it depends on the nature of the epidemic. I will also touch upon this, that there are some models which tells that that means a person who gets infected can again come back to a susceptible, right? I will come to that. Critical vaccination means, obviously, that means the immunity what we are talking about. Okay, okay. So there are two ways immunity can come. One way immunity is called the hard immunity, which comes with the infected person getting immune to the particular disease, right? Another immunity which comes is actually the critical vaccination. So vaccination also gives you immunity to a particular disease. So now, what is that is given a population? What what size of population I have to vaccinate, so that the spread of the disease, so the spread of the infection is very limited or zero, if not zero. Seasonality means that whether this particular epidemic scenario is a seasonal. Seasonal means whether it occurs in a particular time of the year, and it again comes back in the next year in this particular time. Many of the reported flus are actually this type of disease. But we are very certain now that COVID is not like that. COVID is not seasonal. COVID exists over a large period of the year, and we have almost completed almost a year with the COVID. So seasonality for the COVID is a very difficult task, but there are many epidemics which actually show the seasonality, and that we can again trace with the data. We can see the infections the infection rates rises in a particular period of the year, and that defines the seasonality. So underreporting is something which is very obvious in a large population. So in a large population, there are infected cases, but which are not reported. Now, what happens is that once they get reported, we see a surge in the infection, right? And that surge in the infection was not according to our prediction. Now, why this surge occurred? Because there were some underreported cases, and once the underreported cases were revealed, there is a change in the data, right? And this change in the data that means actually accelerated more data, right? And that created the surge. So these are the some of the issues which we can easily trace if we do the analysis of the data which we can have for a given pandemic, right? And obviously targeted prevention. So what happens is that we have different age groups, we have different genders, we have different communities. So it is not always that everybody requires the same support. So in India, I can say there is a philosophy that whether the people in the slums are actually getting more affected, or the people in the high rise are getting more affected, right? And I think the data what we get, it tells that the people in the high rise are getting more affected compared to the people in the slums, and that's why. And the support system we require for a high rise, and the support system we require for a slum, or the preventive measures we require for a high rise and the preventive measures we require for a slum, that means are a bit different. So we have to act accordingly based on this particular data what we get from the different sectors of our population, right? Time to extinction means that we can tell that, okay, if the curve is getting flattened and the curve is exponentially decaying, okay, after the flattened stage it becomes exponentially decaying curve. So what's the time when it will go exponentially decaying? So this is also, we have to remember that this is a spatial diverse data. So we can see that there are some countries which have really led to the decaying of the curve, might not extinction, but they have really decayed the curve. But again, this epidemic scenario that means has to be understood in the different spatial context, in different contexts, and that's why we will see there is a different variations of this extinction across the different regions of the world, and maybe the different parts of the country, because some of my friend in US and Europe, they were also analyzing the data. They told that, hey, your one of your state is equivalent to one of our country. So when you analyze the data for a country, it should be considered that each of your state has so many variations that it should be considered in a separate way. So might be we will reach after a few months, we will reach to a point that we will reach to analysis that the different states have different type of progression of this particular disease, and similarly extinction will also be there. Last but not the least, the virus itself mutates, right? And virus itself mutates. So it is also being reported the virus which started from Wuhan and spread to Europe and then different parts of the world. Okay, it might not be the same virus which is existing for the last almost 10 months, right? It can have that. It might have mutated, and so the type of the infections or the reflections of the infections of the disease are getting changed over the days, right? And that's also if a virus stays for a long amount of time in a population, those mutations are very obvious, and that's what also a sort of concern in terms of diagnostics and the therapy of the infected person. So next, what I try to tell you is some of the fundamentals we have to know to understand these models, and I will just try to quickly go through this. So there is something called reproduction number. So reproduction number is something which tells you that if suppose I am an infected person. So what is the if the person comes in contact with me, okay, so how many persons potentially I can infect, right? That is the reproduction number, right? So that reproduction number tells you that if one person gets infected, how many potential secondary infections can generate, right? And that is something which actually defines the spread of this disease, right? And that okay, for measles in some, that means it was counted, it was around 15. I will show you the data for the case of COVID. The data shows around it is 6. So one infected person can infect maximally around 6 persons and minimally around 3 persons. So that's the data. Though due to this variation, we actually associate another factor which is called the effective reproduction number. So the actual reproduction number and effective reproduction number may be a little bit different, because effective reproduction number depends on the actual cause, right? And okay, the actual reproduction number is based on your some gross study. But effective reproduction number is some fraction of the actual reproduction number, which actually varies, and that variable part is actually controlled by the parameter X. And we know that in the theory of data science or machine learning, we try to associate the parameters with the data so that we can fit the model better, right? So this is one of the way it is being done. And obviously there is a particular term called herd immunity, which tells us that what is the number of the person which to be immune, so that we can have a scenario where the infection rate becomes very low, or maybe one person infects only one person. So that herd immunity is obviously dependent on the term R0 or R. So the way herd immunity is defined, it is just, you can take it as 1 minus 1 by R. Okay, that is R or R0. So which means that if your reproduction rate is very high, the negative term which gets subtracted from 1 is very low, right? And that makes a good amount of population to be in the herd immunity. So herd immunity means either they are vaccinated or they have been infected and they have generated the immunity. So if you see the R is very high, then this subtraction part is very low, and then maybe this HIT may be 0.7 or 0.8, which means it's a huge number. So if you consider the case like country of India having 130 crores of population, so 80% of the population needs to be in the herd immunity. That means to have the herd immunity 80% of the population means a huge amount of population. Either they needs to be vaccinated, or we have to just wait that they gets infected, and that will be a really havoc in our country. So vis-a-vis, if we have very R very low, okay, then we see that this factor, the subtraction factor, becomes very high, right? And the effective herd immunity factor becomes very low. So we have a very low population. That means if we can vaccinate or if they generate the immunity by either getting infected or by some other way, then our majority population is safe. But in the case of COVID, this is not, the herd immunity percentage is pretty high. People are telling herd immunity percentage is 60. People are telling herd immunity percentage is 70, based on the different data based on the active reproduction number, right? So this is the scenario what I want to tell you, that if we have R0 exactly 0, there is no worry, because if a person is infected also, he doesn't spread the infection. So that's also the way it just expands in the timeline. This may be a timeline, and within the timeline, the way it expands, it's enormous, right? And if you just make it 3 or 4, you can understand the way it affects the population, right? And that's the data we get from a study which has been done on the data on the Wuhan, and you see that the reproduction rate is this is the minimum bound and this is the maximum bound of reproduction rate, and you see that it varies between 3.5 to 6. Maybe very close to okay, that means crosses 8 also, right? So though the average is around 5 to 6, so you see that the extreme is 8, right? And now you can understand this is the data only we have only reported from the data of Wuhan. Now, if we try to analyze the data from the various regions of the world, you may see there is a more surge, and so our reproduction count 8 means it is a really a great worry. So how we can reduce the reproduction rate? So if you remember, reproduction rate is one particular person, okay, potentially can infect, okay, a number of persons. So how we can have a restriction forcibly, because we cannot have a restriction medically. We cannot actually have a vaccine coming out so that, hey, you take the vaccine, you go to an infection person, you will not get the infection. We don't have that means. So what we need to do, we need to have some sort of forcible control on that, and that forcible control is social distancing. So social distancing makes you make that means if the distance between infection person and the person is greater than a certain distance, it has been medically it has been understood that the chances of getting infection is pretty less. So obviously, if you do the social distancing, your R0 factor will go down, right? And that will reduce the number of infections in a given period of time. Secondly, if you forcibly go for the lockdown or this type of scenarios, which actually forces everybody not to interact with any other, so which means that those who are infected, they are also not interacting with any other person, and those who are fine, they are also not exposed to infection. So if we take these measures, the curve, which is something like very high, the number of infectious person or cases reported, we can forcibly use certain sort of control mechanism like our government is doing in repeated intervals, and the different containment zones, social distancing, and the lockdown in certain areas. What they're trying to do, they're trying to stop this, and they're trying to reduce the reproduction number, right? That means in some way, right? That can generally actually little bit flatten the curve, and that can actually, if we have an infection count is really go down for some period of time, then obviously the curve goes decaying, and that's are the measures, because we don't have any medical measure, don't have any vaccination measure. Only the way we can actually cater this or lower this infection rate is by taking social distancing or doing some certain containment in the zone where infection rate is very high, right? And that's the reason why these means are being applied. Now we'll discuss that there are plethora of models which we can apply, right? And there are statistical, there are mathematical, there are empirical. Empirical means entirely from the data. I will not go into details of these models due to the limitation of the time, but what I will try to tell you that what are the models based on which some good results have come up, right? And all these models, what they try to predict, they actually, okay, if you see this term, there's a term written called compartmental model, right? So this compartmental model, the compartmental model which we see here, the compartmental model, right? Okay, the compartmental model tells you that that means you try to bound the individuals into different compartments. The compartments are susceptible, compartments are infectious, compartments are recovered, and to try to find that what is the distribution of your entire population in the compartments, in all these distinct compartments, and that will give you a good understanding that how the disease is spreading in a particular region. So let's start. So I will try to discuss on those models now. So the very early model of this particular panda, okay, the epidemic spread is pretty early, right? It is in 1927, a paper written by Kermack and Kendrick, okay, which tells that SIR model. So what S means? S means susceptible, I means infection, and R is recovered, okay, or reduced, whatever you can say. So recovered or removed. So recovered means obviously the patients who have been treated well and they have now been out of the disease. And removed means the individual who has suffered death. So these are the things. And now let us try to understand this particular factor beta, which is same as that what we discussed on R0 or R reproduction number. So what we try to do by social distancing, we try to reduce this factor beta. So I'm using the factor beta because this was instead of R, because this was a term which was specified in the model. So as I'm just interpreting the existing model, instead of using R, I am using the term beta here. But they are similar, right? You can just take that. So what the model tells? The model tells that initially you take the entire population is susceptible. Why you take that? Because for a new epidemic, okay, nobody has been vaccinated. Okay, so if I am not vaccinated, I am always susceptible to get the infection, provided I come close contact with an infection person, and as the disease is infectious. Okay, so the way I try to define it is that beta is the infection parameter. So out of the S susceptible group, beta S gets infected by one infected person, right? So if we have I infected person, the total number of infected persons which regenerates, okay, something like beta SI, right? And this beta SI is the flow from your susceptible compartment to the infected compartment, right? And that is the infected compartment. And then the infected compartment actually gets again reduced. The number of infected person gets lowered if we have a recover. Okay, that means if we have recovered. So the R is called the recovered delay, right? So which means that what is the amount of time we devote to make 1% from the infectious stage to the recovered stage, right? Within a given amount of time. So how many percent gets recovered? Then it's 1 by R. So 1 by R is the factor which gets recovered. Obviously, these are all time functions. I have not explicitly shown the time shown them as time functions, but we have to accept that these are all time functions. So the amount of persons which gets recovered from a population of I is actually I multiplied by 1 by R, right? Because R is the recovery time, so the inverse of this is the actual number of person recovered in a given amount of time. So you see that the infected case, what we count, gets added up from the susceptible and get reduced from the removed. So the two ways we can check that. So the way one is that we reduce the beta. So if we reduce the beta, the flow from susceptible and filling up the infected gets lowered. And the second one is that if we have a very higher rate of recovery, then the outflow from infected is also high. So then the actual infected becomes a very low. So to reduce the actual infected number in the population, we have to actually work with two handles. One handle is that we have to have a low rate of infection, okay, which is by social distancing, containment zone, and all this. And we have to make our medical system very apt, the medical service very apt, so that we can have a faster recovery of the patient. So provided we do this, okay, I think this particular number of infected in a particular point of time gets reduced. And if we can bring it down to below a threshold, then we can tell that we don't have to much bother about the COVID infection. But still, many of the countries are fighting with it, and our country, India, is obviously in that particular zone, right? So these are derivatives. What I just told, if you can just it goes to a mathematical model, this actually speaks the same thing. So as I told, social distancing, reducing the beta will obviously make a good effect in this particular work process. Okay, right? And this is being well suggested by Yuan Huit from University of Oxford, who has shown that different values of beta will reduce the infected fraction to what values. Okay, so that's with time. So with time we can have with different values of beta, it can reduce to a large extent. So if we have a beta which is around okay, say it's a 0, okay, it can slowly die out, something like that. Okay, so from this model, there is also a model which is evolved, which is in 2002, not obviously in the COVID. It is called the ACIR model, which accommodates one more compartment, which is called exposed compartment. So what it tells is that means obviously susceptible are the entire population is susceptible because nobody is immune, right? From the susceptible, okay, that means the persons who are getting exposed to infectious person comes to the exposed compartment. But in the exposed compartment, people may have certain internal immunity, so they're not actually infected, or they are sort of they don't show any symptoms. So there are persons who are exposed, but either they didn't get the infection due to their own immunity system, or they're asymptomatic, right? Or they're asymptomatic, which means they have the infection but they don't show any signs, so they're not detected. So out of the exposed, a share of that actually fills up the infectious, which we can tell that they are infected persons by doing the test, right? And then the same thing happens. Then from the infectious, a particular quanta goes to the recovered. That means due to the medical treatment. But there is a difference here. That means we also show a feedback from the recovered to susceptible. So whether this feedback is there in COVID or not, this is still a big question. But many of this infectious disease have also as a feedback. So which means that it is not that a person who has recovered from a disease will not get the disease. So a fraction of the person who has recovered can again come back to susceptible. There is a background noise somewhere. Okay, so a person who has recovered, a particular quantity of the persons who have recovered can again go back to susceptible and can add the susceptible volume. So if the susceptible volume gets added up, obviously the exposed volume gets added up and infectious volume get added up. So these are the things we have to control then. So we have to control the beta, we have to control the control the gamma, and we have to see that whether there is a feedback from recovered to susceptible, right? And this is the summary of this particular model. Now, the model which is now being predominant, that means has been reported by a scientific group in Italy, is something called Siddharthe model. Okay, SIDARTHE model, and they actually take a lot of compartments which are very realistic. So compartments like diagonized, compartments like ailing, compartments like recognized, threatened, threatened faction, healed, okay, diet, population. So these are the very realistic parameters they have included in this model, right? And this model is called a Siddharthe model, and this is being proposed by a group from Italy and recently published in the Nature Medicine. Okay, Giordino and Blichini, and they have showed the different types of flow between the compartments. Okay, based on this model, and they have worked out with the data in the Italy, and they have found very good results of their model, and they can predict various timelines of the various compartments using their model, and so that is a good model to get to know and to work with the data. So provided we know these models and we have to collect the data, and then we have to use the models to find out that at what point of time what are the compartments gets filled up based on your data. So provided we do this, we can actually get certain answers, or we can develop some answers to these questions, like that means obviously this is the Hubei in China, but it is not like that. How did the events occur? What are the breakdown effects? That means the release of breakdowns, or when we put up the lockdowns, all these things. What are the effect of that? That means how the cases are increasing. Okay, how the outbreak is going. What is the mortality rate, and whether the curve was flattened. So different type of questions we can get answers. Provided we try to take up a model and try to work with the data of a particular country, or maybe of a large amount of a large region, right? And that's the way we try to follow up. And this is being reported, and this is being given in the John Hopkins side, that what are the most salient questions people try to ask in terms of the COVID, based on the data analytics. The outcome of data analytics can solve to this, answering the questions, and that can obviously result to lot many action items. Okay. Now let us try to see that being a data scientist, or for the scientists and engineers who are from various domains but interested to work with the data, okay, how they can get into this activity. So what I will try to tell all of you is that there are a plethora of data, but that you need to take the data from authentic sites, obviously either the government sites or either the sites given by research organizations, research institutes which are known across the world. Provided we get the data, my suggestion is that just don't actually jump into the data, and just don't actually try try all sorts of possibilities without getting what the data is telling you, right? So what you need to do, you need to actually understand the data, right? You actually need to understand that what this data set tells you, what insight you need to plan to analyze this data, right? So that sort of planning you must develop. You just don't jump using libraries and the models, right? Provided we know the data and we get the good source of data, then we do a exploratory analysis. So means to find out some of the information's insights out of the data. Okay, like the spread, the progression, the effect in the different sectors of the society, education, business. Okay, and not only in the worldwide. It should be better. You should focus in the country wise, in the region wise, in the state wise, for a large country like India or US or some countries, right? Okay, and then what you do, you find that is, once you do the analysis and once you understand what are the insights of the data, then you try to create your model, right? To predict something which is not so clear in the data, right? Or something which has been not being observed still, or in some new domains, or maybe that how the agriculture gets affected by COVID, okay, how the airlines gets affected by COVID, how the student enrollments in the various institutions gets affected by COVID, how the research progresses, how the research funds gets affected by COVID. So these are the different types of that means models you can do, and you can come out, and what you need to do, you need to have both the spatial and temporal analysis, and you have to understand some of the differential models in this particular game, and try to fit those in your analysis, right? And that's a summary I want to say. I convey the message to the people who are working with data. Right, and obviously I will not go into that extent. So as I give you some insights, you can use the data, and you can build the model for making predictive analytics, for making prescriptive analytics, okay, and try to understand the potential factors in various sectors of your society, be it healthcare, be it the transport services, okay, be it understanding how you should give a support system to different sectors of the society, or you try to understand that what are the strict measures you need to take in terms of the government or in terms of federal activities, right? And that's the ultimate way, okay. And obviously there are various stages of this epidemic. It is not that the data only comes out in the stage when the infection is very high. So there are different stages of this epidemic, and you have to analyze the data not only for the period when the epidemic existed, but you also have to understand that once the epidemic slows down, you also have to work out with the action items, but you need to support the country or support the population with some action items. So we have to analyze the data. Okay, that means, and that will be obviously a big data, because data coming from various sources, data coming from various sectors, and you have to analyze them, and you have to just to make the use of the data to your action, convert your data to action. That's what analytics can give you. Okay, and last but not the least, I will just try to highlight that apart from the activities what we are doing with the raw data, for the infection data, for the population data, for the different aspects of data, there is also a progress which has been made in terms of deep learning or computer vision, where people are trying to use this learning mechanisms to screening of the patient. So normally detecting a COVID patient takes a bit of time, because it takes the swab test, and swab test is a sort of chemical analysis which is tested in the wet lab, and it takes a bit of time. But when you have a large population, we need to first of all, if we have a process by which we can screen the population, and then screen the population by the simpler methods like chest X-ray and CT scan, and then the people who are found that they are in the risk category in terms of COVID, they will be actually going to the actual test of COVID that can screen a large amount of population. So with this motivation, people have started research by which they can analyze the chest X-ray with a beautiful deep networks model, which are now pretty. We can run those using our systems, and they will find very two recent activities which has been reported. One by the group from Wuhan, by China, and it is very popular called the COVID-NET, which has been published in Nature Medicine, and there's also a study, also a review which has been published in IEEE Spectrum, which tells the effective use of this type of deep learning techniques to screen out the COVID patients, and to just to have a faster detection of COVID, so that we can test the population at a larger scale, and that's obviously a particular motto to save us, or to make ourselves pretty strong against the COVID, right? And obviously, I'm not disclosing this. We have also done recently. We have completed for the last week. We have completed a very good results in our own way, and we also use the data, and we have used the data from the various sources, from the various data repositories, and we have found that our results are also pretty good. But though we have used a different type of network compared to the network which has been published, and that means as it is not published, we're not discussing the method in details, but this is the good results we have got. We have got around 95% accuracy for the true positive cases, and that's a bit higher from the present scenario, right? And this is a work which is done by our research group in the School of IT, in the Chaudhary School of IT in our university, and we have a fantastic data science lab where a lot of activities are going on. So last but not the least, as I told, that there are a lot of activities. It is not only a research which is done by data scientists. You require people from various groups, various sectors to join hands and to tackle the different scenarios which are there with different problems which are happening in the different sectors due to the COVID. You require that means people from different groups of science, like physical sciences, chemical sciences, biological sciences, statistics, mathematical sciences, and apart from that, you also require people from business, from finance, from society, from sociology. Okay, so that they can actually join, and they can actually make the solutions more apt, make the solutions more towards the society. The solutions should be pretty correct, because you are handling directly with the population in the solutions, and this is basically there. That means on their personal applications or on their health perspective. So these applications should be very correct, and they should be accepted by the populations, right? So to all these things, you require a lot of things like AI, artificial intelligence. You need to do different type of devices for the faster screening of the patients, and you need to have different types of analysis which can be done to support all these activities. That means I will. This is a website. I will not make much time, but just to tell you that you can just I don't know where it is. Okay, fine. So this is a website. Let me do it. It's there. Okay, so this is a website. I think if it is visible. This is a website which we have developed, and this has a lot of things you can take. Lot of research activities are being carried out. Okay, in this particular. Okay, you have a lot of things like comparison of Indian states. Okay, you can have a lot of these case studies which are available here, and this is a large base of team comprising of the faculty members of our university, but there are also people from different other institutes like Indian Statistical Institute, John Hopkins, IMI Kolkata, and a lot of industries are also there, like Cognizant and TCS. Okay, so this is a site, this is a website which I've developed, and I will push this link to the participants. If they're interested, they can go through that, and they can find that what are the activities we are doing in a collaborative way in respect of data analytics in the domain of COVID-19, the perspective of COVID-19. Okay, and this is a summary of what we do in our Chaudhary School of IT. Though the COVID pandemic has pushed us to do a lot of work in that domain, but apart from that, we apply data science and machine learning in the various research projects in the domain of computer vision, in the domain of renewable energy analytics, in the domain of text analytics, cybersecurity for AI, and obviously the quantum machine learning. Okay, and we have different funded projects. We have a lot of interns, research scholars who drive this particular activity in our department. And these are references. These are references of the things which I presented in this particular discussion, and I hope that this reference will be very useful if somebody wants to know the details of the things what I have presented. And yeah, so this is last but not the least. This is a conference which we actually do. That means, and this year, and the next stage will be in Kolkata. So this we have kept a special track, which is data science techniques for handling epidemic and pandemic. So the researchers, the faculty members, the students who are interested to contribute in and they're working towards the COVID-19 scenario. I will tell that you can just that means contribute here, right? And that's all from my side. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Participants, the forum is now open for your question. You can unmute yourself and ask, or you can raise your hands.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Sir, I have a
Hello.
doubt. Hello.
Yes. Please go on. Yeah.
Sir, So you were talking about the data to be got from the website the site that you were showing. So I just
Yes.
wanted to know, is there any authentic site or authentic data where I can get regarding on the community
Yes.
spread? Like,
Okay.
hello.
Yeah.
On
That I
community
understand.
spread.
So see, community spread is a thing which people have to take a bit of time to tell that the community spread has actually occurred, right? And so I think the timeline is not still there by which people can tell. But what you can do, you can actually check the community spread data of the previous pandemic, and you can try to just find what is the correlation of the pandemic data which is there in the COVID uh, between the scenarios which happened earlier in the pandemic, and whether we can tell community spread has started or not, right? So informally, people there are some comments that community spread has started, but no scientific report has been reported for the case of India. There were some reports in the case of Italy and Spain that community spread has started, and I think you can just check some of the reports given by government there to find out that whether they have they prescribed that community spread has started, and then you look into the data at what point of time they have told that community spread has started, and then you try to analyze the data before that period and after that period, right? And then try to find that what is the scenario happens when community spread has started. So that's the way you can actually visualize that.
Yeah. Sir, I have one more doubt. Sir, I have one more doubt regarding it. Could I just go ahead with the doubt? Sir, you were talking about the big data for the epidemic analytics. In that, you were talking about social distancing. You had shown the graph for the social distancing to be implemented in a country. But will it be implemented in a country like India? You were talking about the social distancing. Since we have a huge population, and people out, though they are aware, they are still not.
What I have tried to show you is the scientific basis of what needs to be practiced. But the thing is that when you tell the country like India having a high diversity, different types of cultural, social, economical background people, that means how it is implemented is a different type of scenario. So what I'm trying to tell you is that when we tell that social distancing. So for a person, if I tell social distancing, that how it is affecting my curve of infection, right? How this lockdown is helping, how this containment is helping. So it's whether they have a direct reflection or indirect reflection. What I tried to show you is that they have a direct reflection on my model, right? And that's what I want to try to establish. But how it is implemented, how that means whether it is easy task or whether it is a challenging task. Obviously this comments I cannot do, because I'm not the proper person to tell that. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Very knowledgeable session, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So this was actually from Dr. Amlan. It was all about the exploratory data analysis, which he has been talking about, that section, and the other vertical which can be aptly addressed will be by the medical practitioners, the doctors and all, with regard to whatever your questions were. He has talked about the scientific implementations and the outcome and the results which he could get through these IT-enabled environment and through the various deep learning and machine learning algorithms. And Doctor, I just wanted to know that have you done any research on the transmission modes? Means like suppose they say that through eyes, through nose, or through mouth, has any model been designed which can tell us, to a certain degree of accuracy, that if your eyes are it is not covered, so the transmission through eyes, I mean the rate of transmission.
So this is This is a question which is actually people are really working on this, and people are working because this is a question which is pretty challenging in the sense that, see, that means I know a person has been infected, right?
Correct.
That means a person doesn't have a direct touch also with the person. So the person has interacted. So the data what I got still now is that if a person interacts with an infected person for within that means at least a span of 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, if it's within a distance of 6 feet, that means and interacts at least for 10 minutes, the chance of infection is pretty high, right? So now the issue is that means our body, that means our entire body is a biological sensors, and there are a lot of sensors and a lot of actuators in the entire body. So now the question is that means if that means obviously if I tell a virus spreads in air, now the question which is coming is whether the virus spreads in the air or the virus only spreads with the fluids like your sputum or like this, right? So these questions, what needs to be done is that you need to do some sort of lab sort of experiment first, and then you should try to take the lab experiment and try to interpret that means the infection rate in the different cases of contacts, and that what are the probabilities, and then you have to tell that what are the probabilities actually being that what is your data actually you have. So matching with the probabilities and the data, you can tell that okay, this contamination may be with this, but this is the big question, and this is not a very clear answer anybody has got still now, that how the infection is spreading. But that's why people nowadays are actually putting a mask over the entire. So if you see the initially some doctor also told that you don't need to wear mask, that if you are not infected, that if you are not sneezing, if you are not coughing, right, you don't need to wear mask also. But now it is suggested everybody. So it is now pretty clear that there are the molecules of this particular of your sneeze and cough or infected person spreads in the air up to a certain distance, and that is there. But now any biological cell it touches, be it ear, be it nose, be it so why nose and mouth are, I mean, nose is so important. Nose is so important because this virus affects the lungs. Correct. Right, and our lungs and nose are very well connected. So the other organs of our body are not so directly connected with the lungs. So there is a probability that if a virus goes into the other parts of the body also, the probability of getting into lungs is again a percentage. But whereas if you have a direct inhaling of the molecules to the nose, it directly goes to the lungs, and that actually creates a problem. So lungs, till now we know that nose and mouth, which have a direct connection with the lungs, have a predominant effect. But for the other organs, that means still data is not there where we can surely tell that okay, these are the other organs. Okay, we are still guessing a bit, I can tell. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you so much. Any other questions, please?
Thank you, Professor.
Parekh Harshvardhan has raised his hand. Sir, please unmute and ask your question.
Yes, please. Hi, my name is Harshvardhan. I'm working in Vietnam, and I'm an alumni of XSS. So just want to ask you, in Vietnam, we do not have any cases since the last 2 months. So, have you done an analysis, where you actually have a contact tracing and the data?
Yeah, Vietnam.
Usually the data usually shows that the virus can be transmitted up to 6 people. So is it really correct whether the virus moves from one people to one people? So you have a contact tracing which is like F0, F1, F2, F3, F4. So it can be transmitted only until 6 people, which is one of the news was actually saying that, but I don't know whether you have done an analysis or yes. Yeah. And I think in India it's not happening. The contact tracing is not happening actually. Yeah. But then, and if it's done, it's actually very important to do it.
Yeah, perfectly. Yeah, that means there are two questions you raise. One is that means what is the impact of contact tracing data in analyzing this infection spread, right? This is one important question you have raised, and yeah. So another one is that means how we actually do it actually, right? That means how we actually okay, that means impart this in the model, right? So it's a two important question. So first of all, the case of Vietnam, a little idea I have, but what information I have in the Vietnam, what you rightly pointed out, is that Vietnam did a wonderful way of actually segregating the people who are being, and they started it from very early, right? Before India started. Vietnam, I think, started it around January early January. They started with the people who are traveling from outside or somewhere. They have started this operation. Now regarding the infection rate, which is the 6 or 8 or 3 or 4, what is being there. Okay, this obviously will vary a bit from country to country, but the average what I see is around 4 to 5. Obviously 6 is one report what you are citing, right? Now based on the contact tracing, what happens? See, contact tracing means that from your susceptible, right, you are becoming exposed. If you go to a second model, from you're susceptible to become exposed, and from exposed to get infectious means you are actually showing the symptoms. So in the model it exists, right? There is that means the contact tracing you can obviously impart in the model. So from the contact tracing you find that which contacts have actually come, that means actually got the disease, or which are not, and you can actually put it in the compartment. But the problem is that the contact tracing is only possible. Let me a bit blunt. Contact tracing is only possible when a particular infection person or the persons who interact with infection persons actually are very, that means they understand this scenario, and they come to the authority and tell that, hey, I was in contact, so that means so I will be that means please record this. Right, and this is the difficult scenario. Whether this will be a sort of recording will be done with a sort of rules or sort of mandate, or it will be done from the individual in a very self-responsive way. So for a large country, that means if self-responsive way doesn't works out, it's very difficult to have those type of mandatory way and to set up the means and to force the people to follow this. And that's what actually comes in the effect, right? And that the model accepts that. Models surely accept that, but to get the data in the realistic way, to complete data, is really a challenge for a large country like India.
But I think you already have the means to actually trace people. You have the phone numbers, like
that
means Malaysian Jamaat, the Tablighi Jamaat had come to India, then like they were traveling abroad, people were actually in the train, and then you were able to trace the passenger, there's the phone number. So there are ways and means to actually trace, and then after that it should be implemented in a way. But I think the education of individuals and people is also.
I told you, not the self-responsive way is required, right? You have to understand that it is not me only. That means that means if I am exposed, then I am making a population of susceptible also becoming exposed and then going to infectious.
Agreed. But I think in India we don't talk about the way that people are actually dying. So the focus is only on the cases and actually prevention. But then you actually have a movie, and in the movie theater you see that a person is dying of cancer because he smokes or eat actually tobacco, and people are actually cautious that you should not smoke or you should not eat actually tobacco. But in India, people are not talking the death. So, why does it reaches up to your lungs, the ventilator, the oxygen? There should be actually some kind of fear that, the way people should die, and then people will be actually aware, because you're just talking about the prevention, but then the level of fear has to increase, and then people may be more responsive and more understandable and more responsible as well, I think.
Yeah. Good suggestions. Yeah, that means should be. That means people have to be self-responsive in his or her own way. Right, and that's the way you can save the country. Right?
Professor, one question. So, how would you relate a contact tracing phenomena and convert it into a graph type of a thing wherein one person comes in contact, okay? I mean, one person comes in contact with 10 people, suppose n number of people. Now, these n number of people are again having some n number of contacts. So is it like a forest type of a structure which will be created?
It will be pretty large, as reproduction rate is, if we assume reproduction rate is at least 4 also. If we assume reproduction rate might not be 6, maybe we assume 4 to 6 something. You will see with time the graph explodes a lot, right? And then what happens, the entire graph from the susceptible comes to the exposed container, and then you have to find that out of those contract tracing, how many people have actually developed the symptoms. So it comes to the infected. So the flow of the graph into the different compartments. That means it can be studied well. Okay, you can actually still you can analyze what is happening in a region. So what is the effect of actually this that is the contacts. Okay, contact tracing in your data. So that you can really do, but the thing is, the contact tracing data is very difficult to get in the public domain. Right? That means you have to take the data from your ministry, so from your ministry, from your Minister of External Affairs, or something like that, right?
Okay. Thank you, Professor. Nice talking to you, and I think so now is the right time that we wrap up. Any other question? Anybody who is interested can please put in on the chat, and we will share with him throughout the day. And we can have him back as and when he is free to answer your questions. That is not an issue.
Perfect. So if there is a question from the students.
Okay, so move.
If there is any students are there, yeah.
Okay, moving on. Thank you, sir, for clearing our doubts, sharing different models to analyze coronavirus, and giving your valuable insights on topic COVID-19 pandemic impact and strategies for education sector. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
I am Gayatri Auti, and I am privileged to introduce you all our next guest of honor, Professor N.K. Goyal. Professor N.K. Goyal, senior telecom professional, is postgraduated in science with the experience of about 43 years in telecom. He is president at Communication, Multimedia and Infrastructure, that is SIOM Association, which is India's largest ICT association. He is also a chairman at Telecom Equipment Manufacturer Association, that is TEMA and CTIA India. Vice Chairman at ITU APT India. Sir is also Ambassador for India and South Asia Commonwealth Telecom Organization, UK. President at Cyber Security Association of India, that is CSAI. Sir is also member of Governing Council, Government of India. He is professor and advisor at Gujarat Technological University, Ahmedabad. He is former director of National Institute of Entrepreneurship and Small Business. Professor Goyal is actively involved in policy formulation and development of industrial policies, especially related to education, telecom and mobile cyber securities, ICT and skill development sector. He has presented several papers internationally on various topics. Sir is teacher of yoga, meditation and specialization in psychic therapy and acupressure. Believe me, it was very difficult to narrate his credential to you all because the list of Sir surveying various positions is too long. So this tells us how big we are today. Today, Sir is going to throw light on empowering yourself through education and knowledge in post-COVID era. Now, I request Professor N.K. Goyal Sir to take the charge of the session.
Are you able to hear my voice?
Just a minute. Before Goyal sir, our dear Goyal sir starts, sir, welcome you. I am Dr. Chandrani Singh, and I met you 2 years before at the BSNL office when you were conducting the conference, which was hosted by Panasonic and you. And he is such a humble person, being of such a great stature, and it was like really nice to meet him over there, and from there on we have been collaborating, and Srinagar Institute of Management is a member of CEMA, and sir has been so kind also in facilitating, felicitating our honorable founder president, Dr. Mr. M.N. Navle, Professor M.N. Navle, as the best, as having a sumptuous contribution in the field of education. The award was received by Dr. Parag Kalkar, Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Management, SPPU, at Vigyan Bhavan last year. Thank you so much, sir. We are really indebted and really are grateful that you are with us during on this day and delivering an insightful session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Chandrani. Dr. Chandrani? Dr. Chandrani?
Yes, sir. I'm there. Yes, sir.
No, I'm having some problem in getting on. Though I was logging.
Sir, you are being heard clearly. You have to only start with your presentation, sir. That's all. Yes, sir. Yes,
okay.
sir.
I logged in about an hour before, but
yes,
somehow. Okay. Is it now everything okay now? Okay,
yeah,
fine.
It is okay. You can start your presentation, sir.
No, I just want to ask, am I supposed to change the slides?
Team, please notify whether sir will change the slides or you will change the slides. There is an administrator for slides.
I want to change the slides.
Yes, sir.
I want to change the slides.
Ma'am, I will assist, sir.
Acha, so Mona Lisa Bhinge is there on the platform to assist you, sir. She will control.
If possible, I would like to get empowered to change the slides.
I have shared the slides, sir. Sir, I have shared the slide.
No, I mean to change the slides to next one because.
Sir, you start your presentation, sir, and we will see to it how you can, on your end, change the slides. You can start the presentation, sir.
Fine.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, my sincere thanks to Dr. Chandrani and Professor there. And yes, we consider Singer Group as our important group in the education sector. I also recall we have come to Singer Group 4 or 5 years back when we had Dr. Malcolm Johnson, Deputy Secretary General ITU Geneva there. So I am proud of Dr. Chandrani, and now I want to change the slide. Okay, please change the slide. Please change the slide. Yeah. Next slide. Next one. Next one. Next slide. Okay. For today, no, you have gone too fast. Go back. Go back. Go back to slide number 3. Yeah. Okay. As I said, I want to compliment all the Singer Group, their founder president, founder secretary general, and also director Chandrani ji. Thank you very much. Next, please. I'm waiting for next slide. I'm waiting for next slide. Am I audible?
Sir, is this the slide?
I want next slide number 4.
You are audible.
Yes,
Okay,
sir. Is this the slide? Yes, sir.
I want slide number 4. I will be very quick in changing slides. Very quick.
Yes, sir. Is this the slide, sir?
Yeah, actually, I request you to just listen me. I will be changing slide within 15-20 seconds every time.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, now my
Sir, we
humble
have changed your slide. We can see that.
Okay.
5 traits in today's presentation.
Okay. My humble apology to all the delegates, 248 or so who are there, and they are facing some problem. But I usually say, because as an association we deal with about 48,000 members and 74 country MOU partners, as was said by Dr. Chandrani, and also the ITU Geneva. Now everybody in the world has been thrust to this video conference type of things, and the systems usually have some problem. We hope we will not have in future. Okay, so this my presentation is divided into 4 parts as given the screen: CMI, technologies, academic and personal experience, excellence. And I intend to finish presentation within 15-20 minutes. I believe all the delegates here do not need actually any presentation from me, because Singer is such a highly reputable educational institute with so much qualified personnel and staff, and you would have got everything whatever you thought you can have it. So I intend to have, if possible, more time for question answer than the giving a presentation. This presentation I will be hurrying up, and this will be available with the Singer Institute, and everybody can access it from there. Next, please. Next, please. Next slide. Next
Yes,
slide.
done. Done, sir. Slide number 5.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. As I said before, this COVID era has brought us few things. One is the way we used to live, the way we used to work, the way we used to have knowledge, all has changed now. Economy and jobs have been drastically affected. Another thing has come to knowledge of everybody is that so-called globalization is really not a good word, and because in seconds the countries can restrict or impose bans on exports, import materials. Imports are manufactured. I'm having some echo. Is it because of here? Are you? Okay. And also the knowledge we had, it became irrelevant in the beginning for some time. Education focus changed, and we realized that we were consuming a lot of time for unnecessary, unwanted things. Now, in the future, whatever we have learned so far is going to be changed. Everything is going to be virtual or digital. Next, please. Okay. Actually, this topic is. I have already said this in brief, that whatever words we used to have, the love, economy, education, friendship, society, all have changed now. Everything has changed now. Now it is, people are afraid to meet each other, afraid to hug each other. Education, whatever we have been doing so far, is now in a new shape coming up. So this I say that world is confused now. Next. This I am going to speak about CMAI. There are a number of slides. I request office to go on changing without waiting for my things. Go on changing it. The CMAI, as I said, represents Association of IT Mobile Education Institutes. We deal with. Okay, please go on changing it. Please go on changing it without waiting for me. We deal with education, vocational skilling, mobile, telecom, cyber security, education. We have a high-powered, technical empowered committee. We do lots of events within India, outside India. We do education awards, of which our single group was one of the important recipients. We are also involved in the government for policies of technologies, for new technologies coming up. Because we are connected to 74 countries, so we have lots of photographs. I'm just hurrying up them to show that how we are connected to lots of people in the world. These are the vice chancellors we are connected. More vice chancellors. And these are the topics on which we arrange the talks in the universities. And next coming up is the topics of technical things coming up. Okay, now my second trait today was technology education. Please go to next slide. Earlier days, the education was supposed to be getting a government job. Just a minute, I'm just trying to see. I'm just trying to adjust something. Okay, in the earlier days, the perception was that we must have a government job. Next, please. Next, please. In the 90s, the perception was that we will be having a very good career in an MNC or in Techno Park or in a company. Next, please. Now the focus is shifting from job seeker to the job creator. Next, please. I'm waiting for next. Yeah. Now, in future, this is important, that there is going to be massive role for technology. We will be hearing lots of words we already know by now, 5G, but 5G is a past now. Now we are talking of 6G and 7G. Unpredictable changes coming up. Future human imaginations, whatever we think, and it is our imagination which will drive the education. Our biggest problem with the younger generation is whatever they have studied so far is very soon going to be changed over. The 5 things which are changing is social networking, mobility, e-commerce, delivery platform, and all of them needs a skills. I think you can go on changing at this pace, no problem. So the message is, if you can dream, you can have it. And now what is the way forward is the focused goal, study, keep update, keep learning the new technologies, try to become an entrepreneur rather than a job seeker. Next, please. Now we are going to talk about the third thing, academic excellence. Next, please. Yeah, here we will stop for some time. What we have realized as an association, it is easy to study the science or technology or formulas or basis or engineering or architecture, but when the people come to the market, either for a job or for a industry or entrepreneurship, what we lack is the focus. What we lack is either they expect too much or they behave themselves too much other than the realities. So this slide, there are 2 slides only. This talks of academic excellence. Set targets, be disciplined, stay focused, manage time, keep the right company. We have lots of friends on the Facebook, Twitter, social media. I request each one of the delegates to kindly see, do they need them? Are they real friends? Are they helping them? Is that the right company for you? Because our future growth, your and mine, will depend upon our companies we are having. If I am having Singed with me, I am assured of a good growth. If I have a college or a university which is not so good, then my future will also not be so good. So we have to keep the right company. We have to prepare adequately. We have to prepare adequately, knowing well. It is not enough to just know some jargons, but we should have the in-depth knowledge. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Okay. Okay, we have moved. I think this I have already covered this thing. You can go to next. I am waiting for slide number 35. Slide number 35. We will talk of personal excellence now. We will go for next slide number 36. 36 slide. This slide, people generally do not talk of these things, but in the real life, they matter a lot. I may be expert of AI, I may be expert of engineering, I may be expert of blockchain, but when I am out, then I have to behave as a good human. This looks slightly odd topic to discuss here, how to prepare for the post-COVID area, but we believe as an association, even though we say that jobs are out, but no, actually jobs are more available now. But jobs are not only for those who know the technology, also for those who work as a good human. Now, what do we mean a good human? Passionate toward living being. Love your parents. We usually do not love the parents or the friends or the family attitudes. We usually behave ourselves as if we are too big. So my request is try to become a good human, be passionate. एक वर्ड होता है हिंदी में करुणा, किसी के प्रति करुणा रखो, स्माइल रखो, appreciate the problem other people who are talking to you. Next please. Next please. Okay, there are few things in the life which we should avoid. These affects the human behavior, your personality, and also the way people take you. Interesting thing is we usually get envy of others. Why he is so and so and why I am not so and so. We have lots of complaints from society, from government, from college, from university, from teachers, from parents, and we expect lots from them. These things affect the personality, affect the way you live, affect the way you grow. And while we are very busy with the internet or technology, other things, we don't take care of our own health, mental health, physical health, hygiene. So my request is take it as a compulsory thing. In fact, now AICTE as a Council of Education Technical in India has already prescribed that human behavior or human ethics should be included in the course, and I think they are giving some type of grants for 1 week's course on human values. Next slide, this is my last slide. Excellence. Now, excellence is a word known by everybody, but not understood by most of them. Excellence basically is not a skill, it is an attitude, it is a habit. As Dr. Chandrani was saying, she was very happy to see me in the conference because I was able to smile, I was able to talk to them, I was able to talk to their founder president, I was able to exchange with them, and excellence is my attitude, my habit. So if we develop this type of things as excellence, usually we have a tendency, as and when the opportunity comes, I will do the best in my life. But we believe as an industry association, opportunity will only come when you excel in day-to-day works. If you just, I usually give an example which may be relevant here or not. Suppose in my house, suppose I'm a lady or a girl, and I say to my father, mother that if the founder president of Singer comes to my house, I will make a very good food for him. But the chances is that when he comes to the house, I mean, the mother will not give chance to the girl for making food because she has not made for the last 3 months or 4 months. So this is excellence called. So excellence, with this basically I have finished my long presentation. I would love to have questions on the technology. People are confused now about 5G, 6G, about latest technologies, about future growth. This is a small facility we do to our students and youth via a club. You can get registered free. With this, I have finished the presentation. I would love to have any questions from any faculty or staff on the future of things. But the future in brief lies is that select a topic in which you are interested. Select a topic for which you are able to do anything. Select a topic, as was said by our great Abdul Kalam, which do not allow you to sleep. And then eat it, drink it, always, morning, evening, night, evening, and become an expert for that. That is the time coming up now, in the future to come. There will be lots of competition from the market, from students, from job seekers. For a given opportunity, there will be experienced people, there will be fresher, there will be people of the age of 40, 30, there will be people of the age of also about 25 or 30. So the competition lies among both of them, all of them. And competition also lies because everything will be virtual. So it becomes very difficult at times. So we have to train ourselves. In fact, I have been requesting all the colleges now to start some type of training classes, how to behave on the virtual things. And because there are lots of systems on virtual, I mean, called Team or Zoom or Google or this, and every system is not same. They are changing everything. So my advice, please get known to the system, get known to the things. You will have, each one of you will have opportunities to speak for a few minutes in the interviews or talks or discussions. Now here we have generally video conference with the ministers, a minister on the sitting on the platform and here visible on the computer along with 30-40 delegates. The another art is how do I say things within few minutes or second. I want to say last thing before I ask question answer is that human attention is typically 1.5 minutes. So we should create impression within 1.5 minutes. And Dr. Chandrani spoke 1.5 minutes and she spoke very nice. Thank you. I'm open to question answers now.
Thank
Professor,
you, participant.
Professor Henke Goyal and Dr. C.N. Narayan. As a professor, I'm asking some specific questions because you've talked about focusing on core competency. But at the same time, you talked about social media platform. Today is a necessary evil. How do we really balance out core competency? Yes, bottom of the pyramid and core competency, Dr. Pella talked about it, and you talked about it as well. But social media is a necessary evil. So how do we manage this? Because if you're talking about technological changes, surely you will have to deal with all these things.
I think it's a very good question, not only for you, but for all the 229 delegates here. The social media is really a wonderful tool for all of us. The problem arises when social media becomes our master. When we start sharing our personal photographs, our personal things, and we start thinking that it is like a friend. And while there is a message, we cannot resist for half a minute to wait. It is very painful when somebody is coming for interview or talks or discussion or meeting, even though virtually, and his one eye is always on the phone to see if there is an important message on WhatsApp or Twitter or Facebook. So my request is that treat Facebook, Twitter, social media as your tool to achieve the things in life. Do not become a tool in their hands. That is the important message. In our group, I am also well connected on the Twitter and all other things. We have reached almost the maximum limits everywhere, but we use it only for our technical or commercial or business purposes. We don't share anything personal there. That is the thing to avoid. And again, at the cost of repetition, why I said this thing is I find people sharing, I'm going for shopping, I'm going for market, and they will usually check in. I have checked in airport, checked in house. What is the need for those things? Just think, is it necessary? And I must say that the inventor of Facebook and social medias, like Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, they don't allow their children to use these social media as internet. And the entire world has been made as if they cannot live without this thing. This is my answer to the question, sir.
Thank you, Professor Goyal. I think you're precisely saying don't increase your BP to social media. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Hello, sir. Sir, I have a question. So, like you were saying, social media is a part and parcel of today's post-COVID. But if you go to see later on in a coming time, don't you think we'll be missing out the human touch aspect? We will we'll not be having a lot of conversations. How far are you going to? The other problems would be created. Like we say generally, when you wear a mask, it gives rise to your higher side of BP. Same way, too much of social media exposure can give a lot of rise to the psychological problems.
Yeah, I will answer it. As I said before, use social media as your tool, as your NXC. Do not allow them to become your master. Do not be worried, as I said by some professor, as in when a message comes, so your BP is high. Do not do that thing. Use social media for your purposes. I mean, okay, I will go one step further. All the social medias, our data, our positions, our locations are taken up by these apps companies, and then they are using it to give you advertisements or messages. Don't see that. Block them if possible. On the Facebook, LinkedIn, because everybody has, we also have LinkedIn around 30,000 is the maximum limit. But I usually block all advertisements. I just see whatever message comes in. And in our life, make time. For me, the WhatsApp seeing time is night from 12 to 12:30. As I think Mr. Sunil and Dr. Chandani would have seen my message, please don't WhatsApp me anything. Send me text message. So like same way in your own life, make the time for that. And let people know you are not seeing your message every minute. If something urgent, they can call. That is the important message for this thing. Now, as regards social life behavior, yes, that is a thing which all of us now have to remodify or realign or rethink ourselves. Because this COVID days, at least there are lots of theories, and I know you have seen a very big presentation before me. But in a very ordinary way, suppose the vaccine comes within 6 months, then the production starts, then the worldwide there will be a lot of demand. As per our personal expectations, this COVID at least will run till next year, December. And we can unfortunately, think of something else coming up by that time. Already a talk has started in the world market that some other virus is coming up. So I think all of the students and teachers and faculty and all of us as a human will have to think now what are the ways, how do we socialize without personal meeting, without personally hugging each other. We will have to develop that skill, that art, that we can be on the virtual. But another aspect which our association brought to the knowledge of HRD minister, and thankfully yesterday they announced it. What was happening is that post-COVID, especially the school children of class nursery or 1 or 2 were being forced to be on the video for 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours. Now they have fixed the limit of 1.5 hours for children up to age of 8 years like this, and 3 hours like this. So there has to be something like this which come up. This will evolve out. But I'm again repeating, because for all the delegates here, and I hope most of them will be students, try to learn the new things, try to learn how to be expert on the virtual thing, how to talk virtually very nice, how to express the feeling, how to express that I am happy, how to express I love you, how to express you are very good, how to express I am very satisfied, how to express I am self-contented. These things virtually now, not physically, because physical things is becoming very difficult now, very difficult, and we have to live with it. There is no way. We'll have to devise new ways, new means, and believe me, these emojis or stickers is not the answer. Another thing which I can advise you how to behave as a good human is, don't simply forward or transfer the messages. Take a decision whenever you want. I will never forward any message to anybody, unless it is an official message. Suppose a message comes from Singer, exam date so and so, please forward. But if a message comes, have you seen this video? This is happening in Israel or China or Korea, or this is happening in Kuwait. Don't forward it. If you like it, read it, make your own note, and then send it. Believe me, you will never send it, because you won't find it so important. Because technology, they have made it intentionally very easy for you to forward it. So don't do that thing. I think I will wait for next thing.
Goel sir, thank you so much. This is my conversation with Narayana sir. Sir, are you there? Goel sir, please stay online.
Yes, I am here.
Yeah. Sir, you said that how to balance and all, but according to me, I have a thought on that. If we can productize the thought process of each and every individual, okay, in the society, and make them feel important and say that you have to contribute actively towards any of the intellectual endeavors. I think so a lot of unnecessary conversations, dialogues to and fro from and to the social media will drop. Each and everyone would actually do something which will cater to the benefit of the society. And this is a huge change which can be slowly and very slowly brought in, and then we can, balance between the two. This was my thought process during this point of time, and whatever Goel sir had said is very apt. All unnecessary dialogues, unnecessary conversations through the social media, through virtual mode should be dropped, and people should be made, sir, with so many machines taking over the routine jobs. We can tell human beings, or individuals to come up with more means to extend their intellectual capabilities and do something more above the machines. And we should be, as he said, that let not the social media be the master, even the machine should not be the master, and we should master the machines. This is my broad thought process on this, which can bring in a balance, and we can always be in power, the human race.
You want me to answer?
Yes, sir.
It will come to the notice, oh, something is happening in Pune, why people are not using it? And they want us to use it. So let us take a decision, as is said by you, use it for on purposes, for the use which we want, not the use which they want. And I want to, you talked about machine. In fact, I want to tell you, because time is there now, still we have time, thankfully. We talked of 6G, we talked of 5G technology and AI. I want to tell each student here, believe it and treat it, the technology words which you hear are not demanded by any human being or by any community. Nobody in the world as a user has asked, for example, 5G or 6G. Nobody has asked. These words and technologies are developed by a good engineer sitting somewhere in some part of the world, and having developed the technology, they want to market it. When they market it, then they try to find what are the uses. Now, because it is an engineering college, technical college, 5G is a talk of the world now, but you will be surprised that officially the specifications for 5G will come by December 2022. So today there is no 5G. Next point, 5G uses, two uses were discussed so far. One was a driverless car. It was talked for about 6-7 months and now virtually dropped. Why dropped? Scientists in the world are not able to codify the human emotions and sentiments into a driverless car. But that does mean if it is a driverless car, I'm a driverless car and I see on the road my son, my sister, my teacher, my prime minister, an animal, a dog or a tree, and I have the choice to save only one of them, whom I will save. This they have failed to codify. So the project is almost dropped. Second project came up was like a remote surgery or a robo in the factories. When it was very nicely said, I think just now I think by Chandrani, the machines. What was done in Japan? They tried to have the robots in place of human working with the machine, and 2 human deaths occurred because the machine was trained to work given in an area of so much of a square foot, and by mistake the hand of other person came into the area and robot crushed him to death. So this project is also dropped. So why I am saying this is technology is coming up, be there, know to it what is happening, and believe it that technology or machine can never take the human mind. Human mind will always be needed, even though we are doing virtual, but now we will also need the virtual blessings of Dr. Chandrani and the former president of Singer to be with us in the virtual way, not in the physical way, but we will need that. We will need advice from them. Yeah, thank you. Next.
Thank you so much, sir. I am honored to have you mention me this way. Narayana, sir, do you have to comment on whatever I and Professor Goel said? Do you have your own thoughts? So we can take 2 minutes before we start with your session. Narayana, yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. I think Goel, sir, briefly, I think extensively touched upon the human touch. Yes, we are all now used to machine touch. It's important to have the machine touch, and robots is also very, very important. Even when the higher education is transforming to the next level through technology, which we talked about, it is also important to see there's something called socio-quotient, which happens only in a classroom. So whatever we teach in the classroom versus what we teach in the online is going to be different, because the peer learning or within the student community may not happen. So in a classroom session or a session like this, the people who are students, suppose they are there, they're not able to actually see the body language. They're not able to see what others understood. So this kind of socio-quotient will be totally missing in virtual. Probably we need to balance out the social media to the extent it is to be used as an effective tool. That's what my summary of what Professor Goel talked about.
Thank you very much. You have rightly said in few words. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Narayana, sir. We can now proceed with the Thanksgiving session for Goel, sir, and on to Narayana, sir now. Team, please do the needful.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your deep knowledge about how to empower through education and knowledge in post-COVID area with us. Your session was full of enthusiasm and valuable knowledge. I am Pooja Bhati, and it's my opportunity to introduce to our next guest, Dr. C.N. Narayana, Director SB Patil Pune, ex-Director, International Management Institute, New Delhi, author, writer, and a social worker. Sir has 33 years of experience with a judicious mix of industry and academia. He held positions as the Registrar and Professor of IMI New Delhi, Director of Institute of Finance and International Management. Sir has worked for renowned corporate houses like Godrej Group, General Electric, Thermax Limited, Xerox Corporate, and RPG Enterprise. He contributed immensely in all the engines of growth academics, research, and MDP, and also rated number 4 on leadership by credible National Human Resource Development Network. He is a meritorious student of commerce from PSG College, Coimbatore. He holds a postgraduate degree in marketing management with an executive MBA. He also holds a PhD degree in human resource management from Canterbury University, UK. Sir has to his credit several international papers in journals. He is also a pioneer to introduce Idea Generator and Innovation Suite in consultation with 3D Innovation Next and even a new software called Innoveda. Apart from his passion for management education, he has natural inclination and interest to spirituality. His books are silent messages for soul searching and the inner surgeon. He was a keynote speaker in various NHRDN conclaves. This was the brief about Dr. C.N. Narayana. It is an opportunity to listen him now. Sir, kindly take charge of the session.
You can see me and hear me well? Can anyone respond?
Yes, sir.
You can hear me, right? Okay, you can start with the first slide. You're going to change the slide, so I'm going to say next when I want to change the slide. Is it okay with you all? You can go to the next one. So my topic today is insights into innovating pedagogy and online transformation in higher management education. Today we are sitting at the peak of pandemic, where 1.35 crores of people across the globe are affected or infected, and recovery rate is encouraging for the past 1 week. Having said that, the kind of changes this particular pandemic has brought in has shaken the whole world. The way we look at life, the way we look at the operations, the way we look at the education. So here I am here to share something on the insights of innovating pedagogy, which is on the higher education, and how do we really transform ourselves to these challenges. So MOOCs, where all of you know, is a massive online courses which is available. They've been existing for many decades, almost 2 decades. No one really took it seriously all these years for the simple reason we never believed in something on online. And but it is a time for us now to realign ourselves. What is going to be effective in our education system? Is it going to be the normal classroom? If it is so, is it possible to have the normal classroom sessions now? Probably the answer from all of us will be no. So how do we manage these troubled times effectively is a real challenge. Online education was marginally existing, especially in India, and that is pre-COVID era. And in 2013, I wrote an article about online education, which is going to take charge in the next 10 years or so, is really happening in the sense West has moved towards a sort of online and offline education way back in 2008-9. We were very hesitant because we are run mostly by university systems. We are not very clear on how to use technology. And though we are IT nation, we never believed in online things. And even our organizations, India, never recruited people who have done their graduation or post-graduation in online education. I don't blame anyone, but that is how we operated. And it was marginally existing in India, but it was pre-COVID-19 era. But if I talk about today what is happening, organizations in India now started looking at this value of online and the credibility as well. Why the value? Because they themselves are shut now, and most of them are operating from home. And it's been 4 months since many companies are operating from home, and even the educational institutions, wherever the shutdown is there. When we wanted to actually shift to online education, we faced lots of problem in education sector. So if I have to talk about what is an academician looking at in online and what is a company person or an employee looking at is entirely different. Academicians never believed that online education will transform to this extent that every day we need to conduct classes on online. but today it is becoming reality. So on the right-hand side of the slide, you can see some of the companies: Udemy, Coursera, Khan, and edX, and Udacity, MIT, OCW, NPTEL, and even the SWAYAM portal by AICTE is driving these changes. Why? Because simply this is how the world is going to move in troubled times, and in the times to come. Even if there is no trouble, probably we'll move to some extent of delivering these courses online. So there is a total change in the perspective of what we are looking at online component through technology, and it's become a critical to teach concepts. I'm not saying that everything can be taught over online, but there are certain things definitely we can look at online as an option. In the marketing field, people talk about packaging. Packaging is very, very important, and all of us will buy a product or service if it is packaged well. So that is the first impression we create. Now, slowly and steadily, it is coming towards higher education as well. So it is also important to have right kind of packaging. It's like a telecom revolution which happened in 90s, now catching up with higher education, I can say. So what really changed in the last 4 months in education? There has been a huge paradigm shift, and the challenge to deliver student-centric approach. I'm saying a student-centric approach because all the academicians, including me, we thought we are the masters to go and deliver in the classroom, and we hardly heard what students expected from us. And of course, we have a system wherein we get the feedback, but mainly it was more on the institutional or university-centric than a student-centric approach. Now, slowly the things are changing. Now it has to be student-centric for the simple reason absorptions had to happen. To ensure learning process, even online, must be the mantra for the days to come. I know it's a long way to go. If you use recycled thoughts and ways, you may get into vicious cycle. What do I mean by that? So if I have my thought process, which is outdated of a classroom, and if I don't synchronize with the modern need, due to COVID or not due to COVID, then the things are going to be very, very difficult for an academician. So that is why I call it a vicious cycle. We should not get into that. Educators need to embrace technology. They have to collaborate both with the corporate and the universities in India and abroad to ensure proper and quality input to students. That's very, very important. When you are talking student-centric approach, everything has to be focused on whether student community is able to learn, absorb, and they're able to reproduce in some way when there is an evaluation happening. So it has to go hand in hand, and that is my humble request to all the academicians who are watching here, this session. The way academicians looked this pandemic and online for a survival. So it cannot be for survival. It cannot be just for survival. It has to expand its horizon to really improve the quality of content, pedagogy, more allowing a seamless learning process for a student, for the student community. So if I have to talk about it, the disruptions like telecom changing the e-commerce field will be witnessed in higher education as well. People will be struggling to get admissions. It's already happening. Even the branded institutes are struggling to get admissions. And after getting admission, how do you retain people? That's also a huge challenge. So that is a need of the hour. And we all have to collaborate together to deliver that kind of content and quality in higher education. So the first thing I would urge all the educators to look at: digitize information, digitize the content, disseminate teaching by democratizing through technology. So technology is going to democratize the way we are going to deliver things, and it has to be available. It's no more a secret now. Mr. Google is available for most of the information. So if you have to be different from Mr. Google, then we have to have our own way of delivering these things to our student community. So higher education is actually moving towards digital shift, and innovation will be focused on new pedagogies. Whether you like it or not, that's the way it's going to be. That means we're going to use more technology platforms, and normal classroom session will see a huge drop. Having said that, we cannot do away with classrooms. The normal classrooms will happen, but there will be a judicious mix of normal classroom and online and other platforms to deliver higher education. If I look at what are the drivers of online tools currently used, we have Zoom, we have Microsoft Teams right now we're using, we have Siemens, we have StreamYard, we have Google Meet, and so on and so forth. There'll be, at least another 20, 30 apps which will be coming. Having said that, how clear and how ready we academicians are, that's going to be the challenge. Ma'am, you can move on to the next slide. Next slide, please. So it's taking time. Okay. So if you look at the visuals on the left side, you can see all those things: Skype, Zoom, and Teams, Google Meet, and Instagram. Everything will be used in the days to come. Professor Goel, social media. Social media is not restricted only to the Facebook or LinkedIn. It is much beyond that, I see. So I need to look at social media as an effective platform to deliver in higher education. So I can't say I'm not going to use. And these platforms will be used in the normal timing of the course delivery timing. The only advantage is these things can be even conducted on a Sunday and even in the evening at 7:30, 8:30. Suppose I have international students, I can even deliberate upon and then deliver the courses to those time zones. So that's a big advantage we are having when you use social media platforms. In India, it's going to be always challenge. And today I'm sitting here and we are on a total lockdown. And then I got an e-pass to come to this place to deliver this, on this platform because the network is weak in my residence. But the fact is, I need to use these platforms effectively because I can't do the normal classroom session calling the students. So I'm going to use these platforms effectively, and all of us will be using this thing judiciously. So what I am really suggesting as a pedagogy is a combined package of LMS, which is a learning management system, which every university and B school or the institutes do have. How do we actually make these things speak to each other? That's going to be a leadership challenge in every single institution and the people who are listening here. And we also have ERP system. Again, that is to be realigned to this one pedagogy which has to integrated way of delivering a course to the student. We need to also use YouTube. I'll come to the point, where do we use the YouTube? And we also have to use FB Live. I'm getting some disturbance. Can someone switch off the audio there? Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you all hear me? No, request someone is online, ask them to go mute, please.
Please mute your participants, please mute your speakers, please, immediately.
So I was talking about a combined package of LMS, ERP, YouTube, FB Live. FB Live, people never believed in Facebook. And then I am not suggesting anything on Facebook. As Professor Goel mentioned, I was using this as an effective tool. And I've conducted almost 55 sessions in FB Live. The one advantage in FB Live is there are no restrictions in number of people who can attend. Whereas you do have restrictions in Team, in Zoom, and the license copies also have number of restrictions, including the numbers. and also the bandwidth it can have. So it's better to use FB Live when you want to disseminate something on a large scale. So AI has entered higher education and may influence higher education in a big way, right from the admission, retention, and even delivery of courses, especially the concepts. So when I talk about how do we effectively use these, modes or the mediums, is basically use these things to teach concepts which are repetitive in nature. I am not saying everything will be used in YouTube. So make it very clear to the modern student that they can learn these concepts in YouTube. And then they can come and attend the classes. It will be much more easier for them to understand what we are talking online or offline. And if I look at the statistics of AI in higher education, it is expected to grow at an annual rate of 47% in 2020 and 2022. This is the US education sector has published this thing day before yesterday. So digital platforms are going to take this space in a big way. So we all need to move to digital platform, analyze and learn, because most of these platforms will be built on neural networks, and it will have vast data sets, and reasoning will be there, logic will be there, and other human traits which we talked about, Professor Goel talked about, to perform tasks independently is also plugged in AI. Yes, we can't have human touch, but the traits which humans will have is also built in this AI. So this is how the world is going to move. We academicians must get ready to face this reality. Having said that, what is our role as an academician or a teacher? So a course-wise, locally developed digital platform has to be looked into. In fact, I will share something which, SP Patil Institute of Management and Pune Business Schools have recently done, developing something. I'll give one of the examples where one of the faculty members has developed local, platform to disseminate and almost teach everything on a 3-credit course through this platform. A domestic and international student recruiting practices may change in the future to come. So we have to get ready to have all these things in our inbuilt system to address the issues, because most of the B school students come for employment. Maybe 5% of them may get into entrepreneurship. So we need to see what are the recruiting practices which may change because of the post-COVID-19. And the college admission process will become faster and more personalized. That means we need to automate most of them. We should not be wasting time on the routine things which is related to admission. And this is the first thing we must understand when we are shifting to technology. And my point is develop a blended course application. So I'm not saying you have to go everything through online. I'm not saying that everything will be conducted offline in the classroom. You have to have a blended approach to ensure student retention and efforts are more proactive than reactive. Currently, we are all reactive and we are, addressing the issue because of COVID. But it has to come in a normal way. How Harvard has done, how MIT has done over decades to move into blended learning. Probably this is an eye-opener for all the Indian institutes. I'm glad that Pune University SPPPU is looking at, and also AICTE has brought in Swayam portal. These are the credible moves towards changes. And we have to have a localized app also for the courses. So you can assist people on the summer and winter MELS, summer internships I'm talking about. And some of us have winter internship, which is called, there in the West, it's called MELS. So these things will come handy if you're moving to technology. And more e-resources should be available. So we talk about the question banks, exercise online. These are the things which we should look at as a facilitator for students to learn, because the things are going to change in terms of blended learning. It's not going to be offline or classroom teaching all the time in the future to come. So YouTube, when you talk about it, the course videos will be democratized in higher education, means I need to navigate uncertain times to rethink and improve. How did we face this uncertain time? It is through either one of these platforms which I mentioned here, or through YouTube videos. Many institutes have moved there to see that it's available for students all the time. And we can also have discussion forums, which could be WhatsApp, both small and large small groups. I'm not saying you increase the BP of student, but definitely we should look at how to disseminate, how people are involved in discussions. If there are doubts, probably it can be cleared in small groups through WhatsApp. And if there are a larger group, probably discussion forums in a technology platform is possible. Of late, we have seen many academicians, the professors rushing to Coursera. Initially, it was meant for students who want to have extra certification. Unfortunately, in the last 3 months, we all wanted to gain some certificate or other. So whether the learning process happens or not is a different story. We all wanted to have certificates. But in the years to come, it has to change. We need to use these tools, Coursera, effectively in a normal pedagogy. That means if I am a professor, I will see how do I integrate Coursera with my subject to deliver something extra to students. I don't repeat what is actually taught there. Suppose I have a 3-credit course, and if 0.5 credit can be covered through Coursera, it will help for me to boost my results and also the learning process for students. So this is what I talk about, using these tools effectively, social media tools. And Coursera is very effective, and there are so many other things. Even Harvard is open, and there are free courses. And if you want to get to in-depth, probably we should get into selective courses on your area of interest. And you see that you really learn that and come back to the classroom. So this could be an add-on to people who are looking for a job. And Telegram is another tool which is used effectively in the recent times. I don't know how many of our faculty members are connected. I saw in the last 1 week, at least 30 plus of my faculty members are getting into it. So that can also be used. So India actually can compete globally on digital space, on education, provided it takes the following steps. What are the pointers I am looking at because of my own experience, both in academia as well as the industry? A fundamental shift from the current reality to future reality. So most of our professors and community, faculty fraternity look at only the current reality. We are not actually looking at future reality. And my dear friends, is going to be a technology platform. Is going to be with these tools or maybe beyond this. So we better start understanding this thing and build our pedagogy and the courses also based on this. So there's a fundamental shift required or towards future reality, and it could be augmented, it could be digital, it could be blended. So you can definitely have the combination of all these things in the years to come, in the higher learning especially. Why do I insist on these things for academicians? We are all here for student community. So student community has to have a bright future, and the bright future is going to be enabled through these technologies. And we should see that we move towards student-centric approach. A leap in technology through digitization, and most of the routine things and the concept orientation related should be moved to these technology platforms. We should not be wasting time on this, and we could be a global hub for services the way we have done and demonstrated in e-commerce. And we have the highest percentage of knowledge workers. So in the next 10 years to come, especially with the changes happening globally, geopolitically, you will see that India is gaining momentum. Don't want to mention a big country which is going to go back, don't want to name, but definitely India will gain momentum in this. Because of that or not because of that is a difficult question to answer, but definitely we will have a momentum. So we must have more of knowledge workers. That means we have to get ready to move towards global students also. I'm talking about the quality of the content online and also the pedagogy which we are going to use. So we can have a bright future in fintech, health tech, edutech, and also public infrastructure. Higher education courses must focus on these topics for better employment opportunities. And also the jobs are becoming scarce, a scarce commodity now. So how do we augment ourselves to face this challenge? It's going to be totally technology enabled, because the dissemination is of a higher percentage. Learning is much faster. The only way we can change this is building the quality content and the delivery mechanism at our end. So post-COVID is all about clustered restart. So restart is not going to happen very soon, I presume. Professor Goyal talked about next December, 2021 December. I'm slightly, optimistic, may not extend to that extent. Probably it will be this December, but there will be restart and there'll be lockdown. There'll be clustered restart, and we have to rebuild through the embracement of technology. So embracement of technology is a critical component in building innovating pedagogy. I talked about all these effective tools which can be used provided we work on the pedagogy which is going to help and which is going to help the student community as a great learning platforms. Can you move on to the next slide? Yeah. Okay. So you can see the visuals which I talked about. These things, YouTube, FB Live, LMS, ERP, then WhatsApp, Telegram, all these things are going to drive the future higher education. So any of the innovating pedagogy will be based on the online transformation or in higher management education and even in other educations. So if you talk about the universities abroad, especially the universities in the US, where the numbers of COVID patients are high, where the social distancing, mandatorily are forced, like cities like New York. How did they manage this thing, and how are they opening up now? So most of them universities, I know at least 3 universities I was interacting with there, where they all have moved even the lab tests to be conducted online. How is it possible through AI? So when it is happening in lab, probably in management education, in the normal education, it should move towards the next level of digitizing e-resources. Can you move on to the next slide? Next slide, please. So before it comes, I know what is the topic of the next slide is about insights of innovating pedagogy, which I talked about. You can move on to the next slide also. The first thing when I look at innovating pedagogy is about teaching. So when you talk about teaching, yeah, you stay on there. We talk about online teaching, which we discuss in detail, and schedule classes and timetable through ERP and LMS, which we have. And we have additional quality content creation, which is going to be the challenging thing for all the faculty members and the institutes. And study notes and PPT, we have to disseminate through email. India is a peculiar country where we are still not connected with technology, some of the remote places. So I can't use our normal Zoom platform or, whatever we are talking now on Skype or anything. So then I need to use the mode of email, which they can access and use it. So I'm talking about the faculty members preparing study notes and PowerPoint for them to go through the email. The e-learning repository, which is to be available all the time with these universities and B schools, and we have to have a perpetual, update of this repository. It is not to dump what is available there and then hang on there, for students to access. Actually, ma'am, you jumped on to the next slide, but I'm okay with it. I know the subject I'm talking. You go back to the previous slide, so the people will be able to connect what I'm talking. So the database is also very, very important. There is a chart probably you're missing. It's fine. The databases, which we have to use, and the tools and platforms which you are going to use are going to make a huge difference. That means I'm using this platform, for example, today is Microsoft Teams, and I can use Zoom, I can use Google Class, which is widely used. And these things are going to change the way we are delivering and the mode at which we are through which we are delivering. And the StreamYard and the Siemens and online other portals we are talking about. When we talk about social media, YouTube streaming video is going to play a vital role, which is not liked by many academicians, but that is what I talked about, using something as a democratization process of education, especially higher education. And Facebook Live will also be used in teaching, and LinkedIn sharing will happen. The teaching will also happen in LinkedIn. And we are talking about Instagram, which we have not moved, many of us. I've recently, tested this, whether it works in Instagram. So we can have a small, video clips or something, because you have to keep moving the Instagram to the next chapter. So we can have one or two small things in Instagram to give the outline of a course. So that can be effectively used. And discussion forum and boxes we can create in our own, platform, digital platforms, which I'll be sharing. And WhatsApp group is very effective, both large and small rooms. And the course-wise Google websites. The faculty have to work very clearly how to use Google effectively. So the websites can be linked, and we can also create website. I will share an example later on. That is on the teaching side of it. When we talk about pedagogy, what we are going to do, we have to have a creative assessment method. The normal traditional evaluation method may not work. So when you talk about pedagogy, we also have to connect this with evaluation method. So it is, during pandemic, how we are used. It has to be a situational way of evaluating or testing the knowledge of students. So it could be assessment through case studies, it could be quiz, poster reading, storytelling, literature review, a few to mention. It could be even puzzle online. And we have very extensively used quiz online, and we have more than 3,000 responses. Not only our own students, some students participated during this pandemic period. And we issued online certificate to more than 3,500 people who participated. So it is possible to effectively use these tools and the platforms. And the moderation of CCE using rubrics is also important when we talk about what sort of innovation you need to do on the pedagogy. And invitation to expert for assessment can be another way of looking at it. And invitation to alumni for assessment. Normally we use these techniques for our summer internship, for our winter internship, but we now have to use even in the normal evaluation process of evaluating students or their learning process. And then we should focus on the fourth point, which is nothing but the co-curricular activities to improve the understanding of absorption of student community, and the extracurricular to improve the skills through events. So online events now we started conducting. So their skill set can be improved through the events, and activities, of course, and the outcomes. So everything has to be based on outcome-based evaluation. Also, it's not about only the teaching. The course has to have an outcome-based results. That means I need to change in terms of how I'm evaluating all this thing. So the last but not the least of the point is about integrating LMS, ERP, and a hybrid system. So it's a quality content which I talked about. There's a brief and smart content which we need to create. We can't have plethora of PPTs, 35 per session, 40 or 100 session PPTs. That's not going to work. We must have a very brief and smart content. In 2015, I remember to have created an iBook for a 3-credit course, and which was only in 16 pages. Then we must give link to these things. If you want more understanding of this, you can probably go to links and understand more. So the concepts, everything of the 3-credit course, which we talk about almost 30 plus hours, I have to complete in 16 pages. So I created an iBook and also a Microsoft book. So we must look at these concepts in the days to come. The medium becomes a message in the days to come. So what sort of medium you're going to use is going to influence what sort of students we're going to have. we're going to have quality students also when you go through this process. The concepts of teaching must be shifted totally to online. It could be a 6-minute video or a 7-minute video. So it has to be clustered video. You must be able to complete one module in a 7-minute video. That means we must understand how to put these things in few words and visuals and make students understand. And when you want further details, click on the link and then go further details. So success or failure in the future will be dependent on the medium which is going to drive a course, quality course. So blended learning will be the process, which I am looking at as an academician, and that will be driving the future of every single education, not only the university level, not only at the UG level. And you will be surprised to see how CBSE schools have moved to online education. In fact, schools have embraced technology more than the B schools and the higher education. And there's something to learn from school education also. If they are going to move towards that, we need to move towards at least 3 or 4 leaps from them. Then only there is a meaning of higher education quality. So if I have to look at the whole content, how do I look at it? Develop quality content, a brief content, develop hybrid pedagogy. Next slide, please. Next slide. And it has to be a blended learning. And we have to develop course application. Next slide, please. We have to develop course application and develop platforms which are both individual and open sources. And we should also deliver this. I've already covered, you're not shown, ma'am. No, go back now. I moved from, go back now. Previous slide. So we need to develop hybrid pedagogy, which is blended, and develop course application and develop platforms to deliver and evaluate results also through online. Create online support system for students. I talked about discussion forums and Q&A, etc. And integrate LMS and ERP, whatever you have at your disposal. So when you're talking about insights into innovating pedagogy, it's also important to understand how it connects from the beginning to the end, to the end user.
We can have a Zoom meeting. Exactly. Yeah. Let's do that, Austin. I inform you immediately. I mean, not to worry. I'm counting on you for advice, to be honest, So,
ma'am, can you go offline, ma'am, because I am getting disturbed. I'm in the middle of the session, please.
Thank you for calling. Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Just a minute, Archana ma'am, let's welcome Archana ma'am. She is Principal Scientist CERN, and she has,
can you hear me?
I mean, kindly, I am Dr. Chandrani Singh. Let's welcome on behalf of Srinagar Technical Education Society, Srinagar Institute of Management, and all the collaborators, that is Savitribai Phule Pune University, Pune Business School, Xavier Institute of Social Service. We welcome you, ma'am, and happy that you have onboarded. Sorry, Narayana sir, we had to interrupt you.
Can you hear me?
Hello. 5 minutes more.
Yeah, okay. He would require another 2-3 minutes, ma'am. Would you kindly, wait for 2-3 minutes so that Narayana sir finishes off. Thank you so much for the kind patience, ma'am.
Not to worry. Just ping me as soon as you're ready. Okay.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yeah, can I continue?
Yeah. You can continue, sir. You can continue.
Okay, so this is what is the innovating pedagogy I'm talking about when you want to do transformation of higher education, especially management education. Can you move on to the slide? Next slide. So I was talking about an example of how our next slide, please. Next one. I was talking about one of the faculty members. We have locally developed, a Google site by Professor Anish Karya, is part of my team, a free tool to create website course-wise. And we have tested this very clearly. You can see, you can actually give an introduction there. What is the subject and what are the main things we should look at outline. And for example, 202 is a financial management codified subject, and what are the modules involved in that, and how a detailed analysis of what you should look at as a student. And if you look at the slide on the right hand side, Professor Anish Karya has created Introduction to MIS course, need for an MIS, and purpose of MIS, objective of MIS, and then syllabus, detailed syllabus is there. And then we have created MCQs for students to understand what sort of questions will come. We also created a question bank. Normally people don't do it. We got an online education. It's going to help a lot. And we also created a page for notes, and we have gone further with the video links, and we have also shared the case studies which are going to be discussed. So all these things are democratized for a student community to get prepared for the classroom, whether it is online or offline. Even if it's going to be offline, the normal course, if a student is coming prepared, looking at all these things, probably we will have better results coming for a course. So every single faculty in Pune Business School and SD Patil Institute have been requested to develop something on a Google platform, Google site, and they can run from wherever they are. And students can access these courses, and it is also in line with the university requirement. Or you can see the code on the left-hand side, the 202 financial management. Any other subject, we can do it. We can integrate these things very well with your LMS system and your ERP system. We can also connect this to our evaluation criteria. We can also see online results and how the students are performing. Students can also give online feedback. Even the discussion forum can also be plugged in here. So the lots of things can happen at our individual faculty level if you're really embracing technology. Google site is one example. Can you move on to the next slide, please? So we have seen the recently the US federal government has taken a lot of steps which is not in the interest of the student community. Issues related to online education, and luckily some of the very well-known institutes like MIT, Harvard have sued the US federal government, and then today we got a good news that this is not going to happen. So it's a good news for all of us, and a great relief for Indian student community and of course other student community as well. But this kind of exigencies can crop up anytime. So when we face this kind of situation, if you have this kind of technology-based system, we will be able to face the situation very effectively. So we need to look at global scenario and make changes to adapt situation. In the years to come, there may be a drop in global students, means challenges for India to deliver better courses on better technology platforms. Students opting to go out in the US may drop in the years to come. And we have to have a change in the mindset. So it has to be a global level content delivery, but at a local education sphere in India also. So placing quality above modality is the mantra. Placing quality above modality is the mantra to face the disruptions like that. Consistency of student experience is very, very important. Only when you build these things on a technology platform, then this kind of consistency can come. So faculty and peer can also benefit quite a lot when you actually embrace technology. Opportunity to attract international students if India succeeds in improving quality both in blended platforms and in the normal teaching as well. So look for a CBCS, which is a grading system based on outcome-based education pattern, which Pune University is now seriously allow mobility of students between universities and institutions. So I'm talking about flexibility, agility, and portability. Currently, the credit transfers are not happening even within India. So now we should look at this in a big way. Work on a credit transfer first within the universities in India and business schools in India, then we should look at globally. So international linkages will facilitate credit transfers, and also look at how to enter into MOUs with those foreign universities when you really want to transfer credit. And longer internship and higher credits for internship will be the way it is going to be. And the winter internship will also be with a higher credit. It is just to generate more PPOs, which is pre-placement offers for the students. So accreditation agency, if they are there, somebody who is watching this program, the quality assurance now should be looked at from the point of how much percentage of component is online. and the quality of it. So accreditation agencies must look at it very clearly. Mapping of this course with MOOCs and other open sources is also very, very important, because we are going to use these things in the days to come. And benchmarking with the IITs, IIMs and IISCs is also important. And then with prominent universities abroad. It has to be a step-by-step process. We can't jump and straight away get, we are going to benchmark with Harvard. It's not going to happen. And in a nutshell, it will be a different blended quality, pedagogy, content, and platforms. So this is what, in a nutshell, I want to, cover in today's topic. So let us move on to the next slide. So let us
due to, we have already surpassed, sir, sorry, but can we come back again and discuss on these points?
I just want to thank you. I just want to summarize. So let us connect, communicate, collaborate, and co-create a joyful learning experience. Want to thank Srinagar Institute, Dr. Daniel, Dr. Chandrani, Dr. Mithali Talukdar, Dr. Sunil Khilari, and the whole team, including SBPU. Team, for giving this opportunity to share my thoughts. Change is not only constant but transformational and unprecedented. Our computer screens are now auditoriums. We need to fortify technologies. We need to be educational leaders with determination, grit to face these changes and challenges. The superpowers are pleading for help from developing countries. So I want to thank all of you being part of developing countries and deliver these things through connect, communicate, collaborate, and co-create. Thank you so much.
Sir, but we would like to have a 15 minutes as per your feasible time later for a question answer round from the participants. So right now we will be welcoming Dr. Archana Sharma. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I'll be here for another 1 hour. I'll be here because I have another webinar.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Just ping your suitable time and we will come in for a question answer round with you.
Sure. Not an issue at all. Thank you. Take care.
Team, would you do the honors of welcoming Dr. Archana Sharma?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, this is Vishal Kumawat. Today, this platform is filled with a plethora of intellects, and it's a privilege to introduce our next speaker for the day, Dr. Archana Sharma. Dr. Archana Sharma is a principal scientist at the CERN laboratory in Geneva, Switzerland. She has been active in the field since 1989, mainly working on instrumentation, especially gaseous detectors. She is the pioneer of simulations and experimentation on wire chambers, resistive plate chambers, and micro-pattern gaseous detectors over the last 3 decades. Following a graduate degree in nuclear physics from Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, India, ma'am also received her particle physics PhD from Delhi University in 1989, followed by an instrumentation for high energy physics DSc from the University of Geneva in 1996. Dr. Sharma also earned an executive MBA degree from the International University in Geneva in 2001. She is an internationally recognized expert for her experimental work on gaseous detectors for research in high energy physics. She has worked on several CERN experiments, both on research and development, being involved in designing and prototyping, and on running laboratories for construction, installation, and commissioning of large-scale gaseous detectors. She is the founder and leader of CMS-GEM collaboration for exploiting one of the most sensitive detectors for trigger and tracking in the CMS experiment at Large Hadron Collider. With the highest discovery potential, ma'am has pioneered the development of resistive plate chambers and micro-pattern detectors. Her publications, review articles, and book. A special volume on instrumentation on particle physics edited by her and widely referred to and cited. She is the co-owner of patent on a family of detectors called THRAC, timing and high rate capable devices. She is an IEEE senior, recognition from the International Institute of Electronics and Engineers, where she also served several terms on the Translational Committee, encouraging participation in this field from Asia. Ma'am has served on numerous committees and plays a vital role in advisory review boards for leading international conferences, publications, and symposia in the field. She has been actively facilitating knowledge exchange and capacity building in the science and technology sector, exploiting her mandate in the International Committee and the Career Committees of CMS Experiment. Professor Sharma is the author and co-author of over 1,000 publications with over 300 publications of less than 10 authors. Ma'am has been conferred with many prestigious awards and medals from NGOs in India. She has appeared on BBC and CNN on several occasions and is frequently cited in the national media and printed press in India. Today, Madam will share her thoughts on blue sky research, coronavirus, and why you should care. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Archana Sharma. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Excellent. Thank you very much for this very kind and long introduction. I think, I hope people still are there, and I hope that they will be listening to me. For some reason, I do not see any screen. Do you see my screen? Because I shared the screen.
Yes, ma'am, I can see the PPT.
We can see your screen, ma'am. We can see your screen.
Okay. Yeah, so hello everyone. Good afternoon in India. It's nearing 10 a.m. in Geneva. And because of this technology, we are incredibly lucky that we are able to speak to each other and have this opportunity of interacting with you all. Thank you especially to the organizing team, which is taking this very courageous step of looking at education and transforming education, bringing a new age pedagogy into India particularly, and all the students are really poised at a moment of time, given this pandemic, where exactly are we going? So certainly we are at a blue sky moment, so to speak, and I will try to share with you some thoughts that I have, given my humble experience and given what I understand of whatever, which directions we could take in terms of blue sky research. What exactly is blue sky research? It is indeed looking at the universe and trying to imagine what exactly are we doing, where did we come from, what is the world made of, and of course, are we alone or are there other universes out there? So yes, we have to answer these questions, and that exactly is science. And also, of course, today there is no black box called science. You know, all of us are correlated to each other. And of course, in search of these answers, we involve and invoke the sociology and all the other arts and liberal arts thinking and so on, to bring this search for knowledge on a common platform towards an impact to mankind. And that is exactly what many of our forefathers have done. And I'm sure you recognize many of these faces here. For example, Professor Raman, Satyendra Nath Bose, Homi Bhabha, Chandrasekharji, Meghnad Saha. Some of you may have learnt his equations of thermodynamics. Ramanujan, you know about him and his mathematical prowess. Vikram Sarabhai, the founder of our space program. Professor Kalam, you know, the nuclear man. Professor Jayant Narlikar, looking up at the stars. And of course, Professor Ramchandran, who had an incredible impact on Indian science and Indian society. So I have been fortunate and privileged to have been working at CERN, which is in Geneva, Switzerland. And here as well, there are, of course, many people who work together. By many, I mean 17,000 people who work in a complementary way at CERN in a field called high energy physics. It's also called particle physics, and I will soon explain to you why it's called particle physics. But nevertheless, all of us here are doing curiosity-driven blue sky research. Again, in search of answers to the questions we raise to ourselves and understand what and how can we impact mankind. And in this picture, you see a few of the Nobel Prize winners who are at CERN in this field. And I was fortunate to start my career actually in 1987, precisely, when I came as a student to work with this gentleman here, Professor George Sharpak, who was working in the field of particle detection, radiation detection, in fact, radiation detectors. And as you heard in the introduction, you heard about resistive plate chambers, micropattern detectors. He has been the father of that kind of detectors. So fortunate as I am, I want to share this excitement and thrill of my journey with you. Of course, we are all standing on the shoulders of giants. If someone tells you that he has made an invention, it is not true. There's no single person who can claim that he has been the father of the invention. It's somewhat true, but nevertheless, we all build on the common front of knowledge that we have in front of us. And of course, you all know the famous apple that fell on the head of Isaac Newton, and who tried to explain to us what is gravity and how this gravity then transforms into the moon being stuck to the earth and it doesn't fall off, right? That is explained by gravity. Similarly, the motion of the solar planet, the solar system, is also explained by the gravity and the force that is between two objects or many objects, of course. And this was the famous equation that he came up with, explaining the gravity and how it acts on two masses. Again, the laws of motion of Newton then tell us how galaxies behave. And we have been able to get so much of information just by understanding the gravity with us. So let's just move on and then move to much further and wondrous concepts like the gravitational waves you heard in 2015. The Nobel Prize was also given to this discovery. And again, all this has come by standing on the shoulders of giants like Isaac Newton, I mentioned before. So now let's move on. And there was another giant called Maxwell. What he wondered was that light and magnetism is actually one and the same thing. So you all have played with magnets, haven't you? And the moment you bring two magnets together, and if they are opposite poles, you can feel the force, isn't it? You can feel the force, and you can try as much as you like, but you cannot stick them together if they are of same polarity. So what exactly is between them? What's happening between the two similar poles? There is something there, and that's called a field. And this field is an electromagnetic field, and it is described by equations that were given to us by Maxwell. Now, of course, all this sounds very academic, but then we use it in everyday life. I'm sure you all know how magnets and electromagnets are used in the world of engineering. We cannot speak about giants and not mention Einstein. I think all of us understand how wonderful his contributions have been, not only wonderful, but wondrous, so that all of humanity is somehow sitting on his shoulders, simply because we can move courtesy him. We have energy courtesy him, like solar cells. We have the corrections in our GPSs that we have in our pocket, like Google Maps, because of him, and so on. I'm pretty sure that you know that because of his theory of special relativity, which is shown here, is how we can correct for kilometers, like 11 kilometers per day. If you're traveling for a full day, and if you have a GPS without correction given by the Einstein's special relativity, you would be off by 11 kilometers. So if you add them for all the trouble that we have, you can imagine the kind of impact that these equations have had on us. You may have heard of randomness and Brownian motion, because Einstein got his Nobel Prize also for Brownian motion. And what is common between the New York Stock Exchange and Brownian motion? It's again the randomness by which these things happen. but then there is an order in the randomness, and that can be simulated. And those kind of analyses have been picked up by the financial analysts and very much in use for doing financial and risk analysis in the world, not only now, but from a long time, in fact. This was picked up by experts. Now, just a diversion. You all know, you have heard about the Bombay local trains, and the Bombay local trains are nice and stuffed with people, isn't it? Can I put another person in there? Practically, I do not think it's possible. However, if I go and try to put a ghost inside over there, ghost meaning booth, and if these booths can enter, we can put as many as we want, because they will just go through the train and come back, and we can put as many as we want. So there are two different kinds of objects. One is a human and the other one is a ghost. So humans behave like fermions. That was the name that was coined after our very big scientist called Fermi. And he exposed that every particle, all the particles in fact, can be Is there a problem? Hello? Hello?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. You are audible. No, you are audible. No problem.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just go on. So yeah, as I was mentioning that all particles in the world, they can be divided into two kinds of particles. One that occupy a single point, a single state, a single definition of parameters which cannot be changed, and which probably can be changed by giving energy and so on, but it's a very well-defined state, just like the humans. And ghosts, they can come in and go as they want, which means they are called, there are other particles, the other half, those are the bosons, which were stipulated by Satyendranath Bose from Kolkata, close to you. And these bosons, you can pile them together. So it means that if I want to make an atom with a proton and a neutron and electrons, then they behave like fermions, because they have an identified state, and we are able to describe the atom, we are able to describe a molecule, and when we are able to describe an atom and a molecule, then of course we are able to describe the whole universe, because the whole universe is made of elements and compounds and so on. So the stars and the universe are eventually describable once we know how to describe the fermions and the bosons. The bosons, on the other hand, is something like light, photons, and those are the other particles. And we can keep adding photons just like we added the ghosts in the train. And for example, we can make lasers. That's what a laser is. Whenever you're pointing to change the remote, the channel on your TV with your remote, you know what you're using. You are using light, some kind of light. And that light is in the same state, because then only there will be an identified channel, right? So just to say in short that all these giants have given us today things that we take for granted. And that's what Blue Sky Research is all about, because they did not know where this would end in terms of applications to society. So we have a bone that's broken, we go to the hospital, we have X-ray scanners, we have CAT scanners, we have PET scanners, we have MRI scanners, we have therapies where radioactive isotopes are used. We have accelerators, cyclotrons, which were discovered or invented in 1934, and we use them for beams, and we use them also for therapy, you will see later, and so on. I will not go through the whole list. But now what has all that to do with COVID-19? So imagine when we have a disease, we have a virus, we want to understand this virus. We want to look under the microscope, isn't it? So how did the microscope come about? Simply because people studied light, people studied the behavior of light and how they could focus using different kind of lenses, make light microscopes. Light meaning using light and then magnifying and looking at the best resolution that you can with this microscope. So with light, we are able to look at 200 nanometers of resolution, right? And the magnifications are a maximum of 2000 times. However, when we go to a scanning transmission electron microscope, all right? And this is a result of understanding the electron quantum mechanically, which is a fancy word, but don't get confused. It just means that we know how to define the state of these electrons, as we said before. So if we use this special microscope, then we are able to go to 50 picometer or better resolution. And with that resolution, the coronavirus got its first close-up with these electron microscope. And of course, we were able to understand how this protein is made of. The structure of the protein was understood. We were able to immediately simulate it as well. And what you see in the center over here are simulations of the movement of this protein. And these calculations were also done given the data analysis techniques that have been developed under the Blue Sky theme. And I will show you later on as well. Now, once you understand something, only then can you open the door to making a vaccine. And you can imagine how important it is to continue the study, the Blue Sky study. So this is a picture that you all understand very well. And I think that anything like a sandcastle is just an example. You can take a table or a chair or a human being, and when you go smaller and smaller, at the point where you are inside the atomic nucleus, that nucleus is made up of hadrons, so to speak. Hadrons is just a fancy name for protons and neutrons that are inside the atomic nucleus. And these protons themselves are made of quarks. That's also quite interesting. It's a game of Lego, isn't it? You make a very big Lego and then keep breaking it to the point where you come to the smallest indivisible particle. So how do we know this? Because we can smash things together, right? So talking of Legos, let's go for a game and let's try to make 2 helicopters out of Lego, and then we try to smash them together. Let's see what happens. And we smash them and they break into pieces. The pieces are not really the smallest pieces, as you can see. So many experiments have been done, similar experiments have been done by sending these balloons you see on the right-hand side, and this is in Hyderabad in India, and you send these balloons with some detectors that can take pictures of collisions from cosmic rays. And when these detectors come down to the Earth, we can study them and see what happened in terms of collisions up there. But then those energies are very different. Our helicopters had very little energy. How about increasing the energy? Let's try that. Boom. And what you see that you have Legos that are tiniest pieces. So you might say that the helicopters are made out of tiny Lego pieces. So doing all these games, which are fun games for the scientists, we found out how we can build an atom. So you see, we can, from the quarks, using 2 quarks up and down, we make the nucleus, okay, of a helium atom. Then that's the electron, the funny electron, very light, he wants to fly. And we add a second one because we are building a helium atom. And of course, they go around the nucleus. And now we have built a helium atom. And this is just the basics. We keep multiplying this again and again and again. And what do you end up with? The whole universe, isn't it? But then studying all that and more fundamental science and engineering, we have the whole world around us. And we have then exploited this knowledge for our safety. Even we have gone into space exploration. We have gone into sea exploration. And of course, we have all the toys that we want to play and to understand many, many things. So yes, I hope that we all are on the same page we have understood how to make atoms, we have understood the fundamental particles, which are the quarks, and the electron. We now come to understand the fundamental forces of nature. So the forces of nature are, one, remember our magnet we were playing, right? So electromagnetism is that force, one of the fundamental forces of nature. Because of electromagnetism, the electron can stay inside the atom because it is held by the nucleus. However, if we go inside the nucleus, the protons have similar charges. So why don't they just repel each other and disappear? They do not disappear, right? There is all these protons that sit inside the atom, and that's called the strong nuclear force, which is holding the nuclei together. Then there is the weak force. Because of the weak force, we have radioactivity, and inside the sun, there is a lot of radioactivity that is going on, which gives off a lot of light and heat. You know how hot the sun can be when we go out on a walk on a sunny day. So these things together give us life. And of course, I didn't forget the gravity is giving us our day and night because of the moon, because of the sun and because of the moon. Together, we are able to enjoy this planet because of these forces. So let me take you in a bit of history. You all have heard about the Big Bang, right? The Big Bang Theory, not the episodes that you watch on TV. That's also great fun. But let's look at the Big Bang, the moment when time and space were born. It's a funny concept, isn't it? Even I do not really understand it, but I try to explain whatever little I understand. So scientists have been working very, very hard to understand, is this really the theory that it was a big bang from where we all came about? So imagine it's like a big door from which everything else was created. So me and you, our protons were created at that moment of time. Not exactly at that moment, but a few seconds later. Okay, let's go through the seconds or minutes later probably. So you look just at the time of the Big Bang, 10 to the minus 43 seconds, scientists have calculated that the temperature was 10 to the power 32 degrees. We cannot imagine. It's hotter than million times than in the center of the sun. We go further down, 10 to the 34 seconds, there appears a soup that we do not know what it contains. Maybe the forces came about. Maybe the forces started manifesting themselves. 10 to the minus 10, 10 to the minus, between 10 to the minus 10 and 10 to the minus 5 seconds, quarks may have shown up. And then they started interacting with each other. And then you see further on, still from the soup, the electrons and other particles like neutrinos, they all started appearing. And eventually in 3 minutes, elements started appearing. So this is where probably we all were together in this big soup, cosmic soup, so to speak. And then after that, 300,000 years, there were then real formation of molecules and so on. And eventually you can imagine how after 1,000 million years, 1,000 million years, after this expansion that was happening, the universe started taking its form, finally proteins and animals and so on. And here we are wondering about this whole thing at a temperature which is much different than from where we started, which was 3 degree Kelvin now. So there are so many questions still open, that how this whole process happened. How at all did the proton become like a proton, and how at all the electron became an electron, and how many of these particles exist, and what exactly are the building blocks? Isn't it very exciting? It is, isn't it? Now, there is another observation by the cosmologists and astronomers and the physicists, particle physicists, that when we look around us, you remember Einstein? he told us, Einstein and Newton together, when we look at the theory of relativity and we combine that with the theory of gravity, then what we see is that how universe and galaxies should move. We should be able to explain. Right? Just like if I put a big magnet under the table and you have some magnetic material on the top, like tables, like spoons and forks, you will know that there is a magnet below simply because the magnetic forks and spoons will start moving. And you might be able to even judge or estimate the force field. What is the field of this magnet? Similarly, the movement of the galaxies tells us that there must be 95% more matter somewhere else, which we do not see, we do not understand. So we just call it dark matter. So that we need to understand. And that's the blue sky research that we are all undertaking with these kind of questions. Another very important question that you might want to wonder is about matter versus antimatter. So imagine the moment of the Big Bang. And at that point of time, I'm convinced that you will imagine that matter and antimatter should have been formed in the same proportions. And if yes, then they should have annihilated each other and there should have just been light and none of us would be there. But we are here, isn't it? The whole world is around us, the universe is around us. It means that there is antimatter somewhere else, and it behaves probably differently than the matter. So these are open questions, and of course the primordial plasma, the soup we spoke about, we need to understand as well. So yes, we try to answer these questions, and in answering these questions, we are impacting. We thought millions of lives, but the fact is that we are impacting billions of lives. So how do we do the game of the helicopter in a laboratory? How do we smash particles together? And that's what's the Large Hadron Collider, which I will speak to you about. But before that, a little recap. Recap is about the quarks. I only spoke to you about the up and the down quark because we are all made only of the up and down quarks. The charm and the strange quarks, they have been observed. The top and the bottom quark also has been observed, but they do not form the observable and stable universe that we have studied. So up and down quarks, along with these other four, are the 6 building blocks. The whole family comes together in three different phases, which means 3 families, three families, up, down, and they come together with the electron that we know. That's how our atoms are made. And then there's something called the electron neutrino, which does nothing. But ever since I started my lecture, up to now, you already have been showered by millions of these neutrinos. Okay, so we are all sitting in a sea of neutrinos from the top and from the bottom. The second family is the charm, strange, and the muon, which is a cousin of the electron, and it's 200 times heavier. And then we do not know why, but that's what it is. It's in the second family, and it comes with its own neutrino. And similarly, the third family. So these heavy particles are called the quarks, and the lighter particles are called the leptons. In addition to these particles that we said, remember fermions? So these are fermions. They can exist together in a particular state, very defined one state. Then these are the exchange particles. It means, I'm introducing a new word here, but they are carrying the force. Remember the 2 magnets together? So inside there is something there which we don't see, but these are fields, like a magnetic field. So electromagnetic force is given by the photons. The strong nuclear force is given by the gluons, they are the carriers. And then there's a weak nuclear force, which is given by the W and the Z bosons. Don't worry about it too much, but this is our fancy periodic table, so to speak. And in principle, it's called the standard model of particle physics. You see in the corner here, you see a magnifying glass, and something is hiding over there. And what is hiding over there can be thought as another boson, a big boson, heavier cousin of all of them, rather the grandpapa, who is actually responsible to give mass to all of these particles. And all these things together, whatever I have explained to you up to now, is given by this, the scientists call it a simple equation, one equation that describes all what we spoke up to now. So that's the simplicity of mathematics. In mathematics, we can describe the whole universe. And these particles have been observed, obviously, and this corner particle was not observed until very recently. And you may have heard about the Higgs boson. And Higgs boson is the God particle that you may have heard about. And that is the particle responsible for giving mass to the other particles. So in 1964, there was this group of very advanced and experienced theoretical physicists who predicted that there should be a boson, just like the photon and the other bosons, which can give mass to other particles just by interacting. And this theory was given to us in that equation that I showed you in 1964. Now, how can we prove that this exists, this Higgs boson? It's called the Higgs simply because this is Peter Higgs, and Peter Higgs had actually made a big contribution to that equation. So let's go back to our game of helicopters. And we use the formula given by Einstein, that is E is equal to mc squared. And let's go to our collision. Boom. And what happened now? We did not get the fundamental Lego pieces, but we got something else. It's incredible, isn't it? So we got some dinosaurs here. And I am pretty sure that all of you believe that there were dinosaurs on our planet, correct? Because we have seen fossils, we have seen remains, or we have seen the signatures, so to speak, of the dinosaurs on the planet. Similarly, when we do the same experiment using protons, going to very high energies with our accelerator, we can see our dinosaur particles. Those dinosaur particles that are much heavier compared to what we are today. You know, we are made out of the up and down quark, remember, the protons and the neutrons, but there must be dark matter somewhere. There can be dark matter candidates that we can make in our laboratory. So we move further to doing this experiment. Now, how do we do the experiment? Let's make an accelerator or a collider. To make a collider, of course, it's very easy to speak, but very difficult. It takes like 30 years to do it. So this particular collider that I'm going to give you an example, of course, the foundations were laid from the 50s, 60s, and the 70s, and the ideas were given, and the project was approved in the 80s. Okay, so in the 80s, this collider that was also tributed by Google when we had the first collisions, then this was the picture at Google. And what we want to do really is that we have tubes going around 27 kilometers all around here close to in Geneva, but I'll show you more. And what we do is we have protons that we make them collide, and then they can generate in a very, very tiny space temperatures over 1 billion times higher than those prevailing at the center of the sun. So when we produce particles in these kind of colliders, we might be able to use Einstein's equation, E is equal to mc squared, and create some particles that may have existed at the time of the Big Bang. So let's look, what are the kind of things that we can see? We can, of course, create, I hope I've convinced you, things that we know. So like the quarks, the protons, and so on, by now you know very well. So, you know, things like if we look in the animal world, you know, we know the dogs and the cats and the pigs and the fish and the butterfly and so on. But then there can be some very unsuspected kind of things, right? We can, of course, make maybe the dinosaurs, the particles that we know, but there can be some unexpected stuff as well, like the aliens, which we have no idea, but we can make some particles that are like the aliens, So we are really excited. However, remember one thing, that we started with our little protons. Protons are just like mosquitoes, and from these mosquitoes, we are going to create all these things that I have just said. But of course, these are new theories that can give us signatures of dark matter and also explain to us what's going on. So about the Higgs boson, we remember, it's very, very heavy. It was predicted to be at least 100 times more than heavier than the proton. But we didn't know exactly, because these equations, even though we have simplified them, but they are not so exact that they will tell us that the Higgs boson is going to be this mass, right? And it is also very, very rare. So 1 in 1 billion. So imagine 1 billion grains of sand, and then I want to find one golden grain of sand over there. It's kind of tough, isn't it? And then it doesn't stay there, telling you, hey, look, I'm here. Can you see me? Can take pictures. Doesn't happen. In 10 to the minus 10 seconds, it disappears into other particles. So we need models and simulations to tell us what will be coming out of the Higgs bosons. So we become detectives, and then we look at the evidences to understand what has happened. So despite all these difficulties, we found it. And how did we find it? We put all forces together. We built the accelerator that I just described to you. We built detectors that are gigantic instruments around the collision points so that we can take pictures of the collisions. And then, of course, a lot of computing so that we are able to collect this data and analyze the data. And all that can only be done by collaborative science, which means thousands of scientists, engineers, support staff, and so on, but a lot of students, a lot of PhD students and postdocs who are really the workhorse of this whole exercise. So now a little picture where you see this is the airport of Geneva. It's an aerial picture, as you see. That's the airport. And I am situated somewhere here, okay? That's Switzerland on one side. And if you look at this dotted line, on the right side is France, on the left side is Switzerland, on the top are the Alps, some of the Alps there. And clearly on the big scale that you see here is the scale of dimensions, and we are sitting somewhere here or near the proton, where you will be able to smash these protons together. You see the red and the blue dot that's darting around is actually colliding at different places around this 27 kilometers of the collider, which is a super microscope to look inside these protons, which will help us understand the universe. Okay, so this is a picture inside the tunnel. It is 27 kilometers made out of thousands and thousands of these magnets, superconducting magnets. These are the two beams, protons going in one direction in one beam pipe, and in the other direction in the other beam pipe. All right. So yes, it is a fantastic machine, extraordinary. It's the largest scientific apparatus on the planet. And of course, it needs vacuum. It needs to be very cooled because, you cannot have very strong magnets to control these protons unless you have very big currents, right? At home, when we make a cup of tea on the heater, do you know how much current we use? We have 4 amperes. Here we use something like 20 kiloamperes, 20,000 amperes in this. So when we use that kind of current, which material can we use? So, there are impacts in all different engineering sciences when we are designing these magnets, and it took nearly 15 years to design and build them, and they started operation in 2010. That's another picture just to show you the scheme. Switzerland, France, Alps on the top, and the 4 experiments. which are underground, 100 meters underground, which are actually looking at the pictures being taken at the collision point. So these are two of the experiments. One is called Atlas and one is called CMS. They are 6-storied buildings. Imagine a 6-storied building, which is so huge. You see a tiny girl over here, a couple of people over here as well. So that sort of sets the scale of this experiment, which is larger as compared to the CMS experiment where I work. And this experiment, you can imagine, this is a huge cylindrical onion, okay? Onion like a pyaz, you know. And if you cut it in slices, and each cell of this onion is like a digital camera, taking pictures 40 million times a second. So these are the sensors that you see inside. I mean, it is a schema, so you won't be able to see very carefully. But believe me, that there are 100 million channels taking data 40 million times a second. So this is inside the cavern where I work. Sometimes, because this is a very big team, never get the impression that I am saying, I must say that I am reporting these kind of things on behalf of work done by thousands of people. So I must never forget that. And here some of the people are doing some inspections. Here you see all this is part of that big cylindrical onion. I can go in details, but certainly no time. Another piece of this big cylindrical onion being lowered from the top, 100 meters below. It took the whole day, 10 hours for this lowering. It was quite a spectacular event, fully covered by BBC and so on. So it's quite exciting to work. Imagine on one hand, you're writing equations on your logbook in your office. Then you go to the cavern where you can see how happy I am to work in this place. And here, one of the detectors, here I can say I have designed and conceived to go into this big experiment. That's called the GEM. And you can check at this link on Facebook. You can just Google CMS GEM and you will find this link and you can see fully in action how these things are done. Now coming to data. The data challenge is incredible. I mean, we thought that we will need 15 petabytes, but at this moment, we have gone way beyond what we had expected, and how to manage this data is quite a feat, and our engineers are working day and night how to store the data, how to create algorithms to store good data. We have to reject more than 90% of the data because we need only those interesting data where we have new physics, we have candidates of dark matter or candidates of the Higgs boson and so on. Grid computing, you may have heard that just like the internet, all computers on the planet can talk to each other, right? So we can also use that to compute and do data analysis together. And that's done as well. And this is something else that has come out from the LHC. So all these things have done. We have moved from CPU to GPUs. And now we are preparing for exabytes of data. And you see these are the collisions that happen inside these detectors I have shown you. So these are kind of tools that we use to remove and sift all the kind of junk that comes along. And the remainder, here you see a potential Higgs event. So if the Higgs is created, it is decaying into other particles, and those particles can be extracted by using artificial neural networks. We can use machine learning, and there is a lot of tools, software tools that are used. And these are the kind of pictures that emerged from the Higgs, from the operation of the LHC in the CMS experiment. As you see, proudly here is displayed the CMS logo, and 2 photons came out of a Higgs creation, and this is a gold-plated signature that yes, the Higgs actually exist. So initially there were only 15 Higgses produced when the discovery was made, and now we are producing millions of Higgses, 15 Higgses per minute actually. So in 2012, the whole of the community was very excited, You see this little blip over here. This is what earned which was announced in a very big seminar at CERN, and it was streamed live all over the world. Where we then was announced. So yes, on Tuesday, 8th of October 2013, it was announced that the Higgs, will get the Nobel Prize, and Peter Higgs and Francois Englert were nominated for the Nobel Prize, which they got in December 2013. So what I want to show you is that in the Nobel Prize, the committee, they mentioned that the theoretical discovery was done in 1964, but the ATLAS and CMS experiments at CERN at the Large Hadron Collider confirmed this theory. So the standard model has been fantastic. From India also there has been amazing participation. You can see here so many faces which are smiling away because they all also participated in one way or the other by making some code or doing some analysis and so on to this discovery. And what is the future? We have to study the Higgs, and we have to look for dark matter and so on. So many things are happening. So now what has all that to do with me? I remember one headline that said, okay, so Higgs is discovered. Now what? Now let me go back to my office and get back to work, which means, so what? Now let me just tell you that particle physics and innovation has been going hand in hand. How the technologies and the fundamental science that we have been doing with the accelerating beams, with the detection of the particles, and with the software, with the grid that we have been combining, and what has been spinning out in the world. So you may have heard about the treatment of cancer by radiation therapy. And you may have also heard that and seen also perhaps in people around you, that how suffering is the patient when he has to undergo radiation therapy. Simply because a lot of the healthy tissues around the tumors are also irradiated, and the quality of life of the patient is deteriorated because of the damage to the healthy tissues. So what if we were using a particle beam? And if we use a particle beam, we can target only the tumor, because the energies can be tuned, and this becomes a digital scalpel to deliver the dose only in the tumor. It's like going and taking an injection and coming back home. So this has been a tremendous leap in terms of cancer therapy, and half of the accelerators worldwide are being used for therapies. Similarly, the imaging capabilities I already showed you, and I think that you are convinced that using the same technologies by which we identify our particles, we can identify what's going on inside the brain or inside our heart or kidneys and so on. So these are just pictures of the detectors that you now are convinced that they are very useful for the discoveries of science, but they are also very useful for making imaging of other objects, right? Just take a look at this beautiful picture where tissue and bone can be separated with such great contrast. And these kind of things are encouraging and motivational for young students today who should pick up these technologies and convert to medical equipment that can then be used in our hospitals. So here is another example of a 3D X-ray. Isn't it fantastic? So this is again using the same techniques, and of course it is so spectacular that it has been viewed 40 million times on Twitter. It is incredible, isn't it? So doctors who can have tools like these would be fantastic, isn't it? Similarly, the dose that the pilots that go out in the space to fly airplanes, they have a higher dose of radiation that comes on their bodies, and these doses can be measured by our detectors, which they can carry with them, and this is already happening. So yes, this is fantastic. We have so many countries that work together at CERN, and this is incredible, because today, in the time of Corona and in the time of the COVID, you can imagine that all the data that you see today is being given to you on the World Wide Web, and the World Wide Web was born at CERN 31 years ago. Okay, so this young man, he was 23 years old, Sir Tim Berners-Lee. He was dreaming one day when he was analyzing data, or he was in fact in the IT department, so he was making tools to analyze the data. And he said, what if all computers could talk to each other? And here we are today. Can you imagine a world without the internet? You cannot, right? Similarly, a lot of bioinformatics, education, training, the new tools of pedagogy today are incredible. And there is no reason that in India we cannot benefit of any of the developments in education and training anywhere on the planet. So I think students today have really no excuse. I never understood the Legendre polynomials and the, catenary, and I don't know what all I had learned when I started my mathematics career. They were so confusing, and I never understood why am I learning that. But today you are able to see them in action, even if it is in a virtual mode. That's fantastic. And of course, the very, very accurate weather forecasting that has come up, it's all because of the grid and the kind of computing that we have to look at all the data that we have. And of course, much of money and lives can be saved when we have this kind of meteorological information. So you are convinced that radiation management and big data has really improved our lives. There are some of you who might be interested in space experiments. So you see that there is a whole plethora of experiments where CERN is engaged in space scientific experiments. You can Google them up and you can see how nicely we have a lot of interest from future entrepreneurs who might be supporting some of our experiments in the future. This young lady, she was a student at CERN, young student, I think 20 something. And she looked at all the sensors that we use in our experiment, and she immediately designed a sensor to continuously monitor the temperature of the body, and then you can track the pandemic as now we need incredibly. And she made a company, and she's probably making millions just by doing this kind of activities, which I think is, of course, this is very doable, I would say. It's just that we need a lot of rigor and a lot of focus on what we want to do. The same thing is happening in India. I think every other day there is headlines on which kind of ventilators are being made and so on. So there is another ventilator which has been developed at CERN, the high energy ventilator. If there is any entrepreneur among you who wants to build this ventilator and industrialize it, because at CERN, we are a research community. We are not an industry, or we are not selling medical equipment. So we have just designed this, and it is a fantastic, highly specified, highly efficient, high energy ventilator. So I'm advertising here if anybody would like to do that. Once again, the power of collaboration. Never forget that all these scientists, the thousands of them, also stand on the shoulders of big giants. So I will not go through this slide, but just flash that the collaborative power needs to be harnessed, which is how a little idea can then result in a Nobel Prize. And not only that, the whole world is enjoying the benefits to society, whatever comes out of this blue sky research. Just another flash is about the next collider that is being thought of at CERN, and that is 100 kilometers in diameter. And the young students among you must engage in any way, because it will be not only 5,000, 10,000 collaborators. I think the number will go up exponentially, because we need engineers, civil engineers, architects, and every kind of profession will be needed. And this will be operational in 2040. So, you have a chance there. Okay, so this, I think I do not want to go into detail, simply for lack of time. And also, I think you have been convinced by now that we are doing a lot of things for society. So yes, like me 30 years ago, I'm sure that you now are excited that yes, you would like to take part and you would like to learn. And I would say that you should engage and then eventually lead these kind of experiments that are happening in India as well. There are, in fact, 10, 12 mega science projects that are going on where India is participating, and I think there is a lot of room to do that. And of course, young and diverse people are key. This is part of my work with my foundation, the Life Lab Foundation, where we are doing a lot of work with students, a lot of work with teachers as well, trying to train them for 21st century skills, 21st century pedagogic skills. And I think here I will quickly wrap up telling you that if I can do it, then anyone can do it. And not that I am at any point where I consider myself successful, but at least I'm a part of this journey where you start with a very tiny sensor or a tiny idea and eventually go through the full cycle where you have made an impact in any field of the world, one way or the other. So particle physics particularly, the blue sky research is incredibly open in the sense you do not know which direction you will end up and which direction you are starting from. So I would just suggest to engage, to learn, and then I would just wish you all the best. I think I should stop here because we should do some questions as well. Right?
Ma'am, this is Dr. Chandrani Singh. Thank you so much for the awesome session. I mean, this was a level quite above practically for all of us. The periodic table, the structure of the matter which you showed, I could little relate it with our chemistry periodic table of elements and non-elements. So, ma'am, I think so. The outcome from this collaboration, I and Dr. Amlan Chakravarti were discussing, and we thought that we would talk to you later at a later stage in immediate future on building up and developing an analytics world which will have online knowledge delivery and project for young individuals who are interested in research and innovation. And I think we expect a very collaborative and a fruitful proposition from both the ends. And if we can work in collaboration to help out the various stakeholders, especially the students and the researchers and the faculty for such a noble cause. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. All the best. Namaskar.
Thank you, ma'am.
Namaskar.
Due to time constraints, requesting participants to put their questions in WhatsApp group. Thank you, ma'am, for giving your valuable insights on blue sky research and how it will help to study coronavirus. Ma'am, your session was very insightful. Hope it has broadened the knowledge of our participants. Thank you once again, ma'am. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored by the presence of Mr. Saurabh Sinha, Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Johannesburg. I, Urvashi Pawar, and it's my privilege to introduce Professor Sinha. Professor Saurabh Sinha obtained his Master's in Engineering and PhD degrees in Electronic Engineering from University of Pretoria. As a published researcher, he has authored or co-authored over 125 publications in peer-reviewed journals and at international conferences. In addition, he is the managing editor of the South African Institute of Electrical Engineers, Africa Research Journal. Professor Sinha served the University of Pretoria for over a decade with his last service as a director of the Carl and Emily Funchess Institute for Microelectronics, Department of Electrical, Electronic and Computer Engineering. Professor Sinha, a registered professional engineer, also served as an industrial consultant for business enterprises at University.
Excuse me, ma'am. Please unmute yourself, ma'am. Is not audible to us.
Just a minute. Sorry.
You can continue.
Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored by the presence of Mr. Saurabh Sinha, Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Johannesburg. I, Urvashi Pawar, and it's my privilege to introduce Professor Sinha. Professor Saurabh Sinha obtained his Master's in Engineering and PhD degree in Electronic Engineering from University of Pretoria. As a published researcher, he has authored or co-authored over 125 publications in peer-reviewed journals and at international conferences. In addition, he is the managing editor of the South African Institute of Electrical Engineers Africa Research Journal. Professor Sinha served University of Pretoria for over a decade, with his last service as a director of Carl and Emily Funches Institute for Microelectronics, Department of Electrical, Electronic and Computer Engineering. Professor Sinha, a registered professional engineer, also served as an industrial consultant for business enterprises at the University of Pretoria. As of 1st December 2017, Professor Sinha was appointed as Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Internationalization at University of Johannesburg. He is also the recipient of 2007 South African Institute of Electrical Engineers Engineer of the Year Award, 2010 University of Pretoria Laureate Award, and 2013 T.W. Kambule NRF NSTF Award as an emerging researcher for an outstanding contribution to science, engineering, technology, and innovation through research and its outputs. Professor Sinha currently serving on committees of international, national, regional, and professional societies, including the Engineering Council of South Africa and National Research Foundation. Beyond his academic contributions, Professor Sinha remains an active member of several professional societies. Significant elected positions include 2014-15 IEEE Vice President, Educational Activities and IEEE Board of Directors. It will be my honor to invite Mr. Saurabh Sinha for his thinker words on inclusive online education.
Right. Good morning. Well, good afternoon, everybody. And thanks very much for that kind introduction. I must be honest, when I submitted the biography, I didn't expect that the whole biography would be read. So I appreciate it. Thanks. The presentation, and I must also start by acknowledging particularly Dr. Singh. Dr. Singh and I communicated on LinkedIn about maybe 3-4 weeks ago, and I'm really impressed with the extent and extensiveness of this particular program that has been brought together. And I was listening to the speaker from CERN, and that is just fascinating work and the kind of collaboration that we can foster in an online world. I'm privileged to present this afternoon. So if I say this morning, it's simply because of my time zone here in South Africa. It is a little bit cold here because we are in winter, and so, but it's not too bad. It's okay. So the talk is on inclusive online education, and some of this talk has propagated due to the strategy of the University of Johannesburg, which has been in the area of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, and I'll come to that just now. But in the preamble, I thought that it is worth pausing for a moment, and in this pause to perhaps also look at one of the quotations that has been once mentioned by a renowned author, Arundhati Roy. And I will just read this paragraph to you. It is from Financial Times. And in this paragraph, author Roy says that whatever it is, coronavirus has made the mighty kneel and brought the world to a halt like nothing else could. Our minds are still racing back and forth, longing for a return to normality, trying to stitch our future to our past and refusing to acknowledge the rupture. But the rupture exists, and in the midst of this terrible despair, it offers us a chance to rethink the doomsday machine we have built for ourselves. Nothing could be worse than a return to normality. And I thought that this is a good kind of imagery that is brought about, and also in the context of the kind of portal that this pandemic has brought upon. Right now, you may notice that I'm actually working from home, and in South Africa, and like in a number of countries around the world, including in India, the countries have been placed on lockdown. When we went into lockdown here in South Africa, we had started the mode of blended learning for the last maybe 5-6 years. And so we had some experience and expertise in blended learning, but we had no idea of the scale and magnitude that would be required in being able to deliver blended learning to an institution the size we are. We are about 50,000 students in the university with about over 5,000 staff members. And these 50,000 students, when the lockdown process was started due to the coronavirus spread, students had to be dispersed all over some of them decided to return to their areas in the country, and some are based in rural settings. And other students, many of our students come from the continent of Africa, and they decided to go home. And so the digital connectivity and connectedness and the cost of data across the continent became another aspect that became important to us, because we recognized that coronavirus is not something, although we talk about the post-COVID period, it's not really a period that will emerge just like that tomorrow. It's actually a period that is likely to stay with us for some time. And how do we coexist with the coronavirus world is a question that we asked. Now, in the context of the University of Johannesburg, I'm going to just pause. I have several moments of pause, and that's because in today's world and the pace that we progress so fast that we don't always have a chance to stand back and reflect and take stock of what it is that we've done in terms of humanity and made progress, and then in terms of technology and the progress that technology has enabled. So in one of these pods, Thomas Friedman, who wrote the book, Thank You for Being Late, Tom Friedman actually, and by the way, his own book came about because Tom was waiting for somebody in New York, and as you know, in New York, you often tend to be late because of traffic and those kind of things. And while he was waiting for somebody, the moment came about, and one of the learning moments was, human adaptability continues, but what about the pace at which technology rises? Now, if you look at this graph, and if you look at perhaps the period 2007, which is around here, in 2007, we had a number of advances. One of them was the iPhone came about, Facebook came about. And if you think about, how that changed the world, if you reflect retrospectively, we often say that 2020, the year 2020 is 2020, but it also reflects hindsight. And if you look at the power of hindsight relative to 2007, you can really appreciate what it's meant in terms of technology and how fast it has advanced. So it is not that it is not that we as people were not adapting. We were adapting. But what has happened is that technology has moved at a much faster rate. This caused us in about 2 years ago at the University of Johannesburg to relook at our strategy and whether our strategy should not, at a central and institutional level, also look at a catalytic initiative for what we call Global Excellence in Stature 4.0. Essentially, it is the integration of augmented intelligence, artificial intelligence, and African insights into all of our curricula, whether it is in the humanities or social sciences, whether it is in law, in business and economics, or in engineering, science, and technology. So it is an institution-wide program that brings about, that integrates technology in a transdisciplinary sense. So that's really where this kind of thinking came about in terms of the infusion of technology. I would say the appropriate infusion of technology, as at times when we integrate technology, a number of data and data ethics issues also emerge simultaneously. So it is important to not just look at technology for the sake of technology, but to look at technology in a transdisciplinary or a multidisciplinary sense. And that, I think, is an important, if you're looking at takeaways, that's a very key takeaway. Now, moving from there a little bit into what has happened in terms of the world. And so we saw that in early 2000, the Millennium Development Goals came about. And the Millennium Development Goals, where, if you read the Millennium Development Goals, they often talked about, how do you bring access to clean water and sanitation to 50%, at least half the world's population. So if you look at the pretext of the Millennium Development Goals, you'll often see, the 50% mark. Now, when the Sustainable Development Goals came about and was adopted, including by South Africa and by India in 2013, the Sustainable Development Goals, which has the timeline of 2030, had a different approach. The Sustainable Development Goals actually said that there are 17 goals, and these goals are not looking at 50% of the world, they're looking at 100% of the world. So the timeline is 2030. How do you bring clean water to the whole of the world? And when you start thinking about that, it is so ambitious that it is almost frightening. And at that time, when we were doing our own strategy work 2 years ago, we said that the Sustainable Development Goals are really important because they serve and they bring about, they look at gender equality, they look at high quality education, they look at sustainable partnerships, which is part of the things that we do when we have collaboration webinars like today. But the question is, how do you actually bring it all and integrate it all together? And we said for us, when we were doing our strategy, that the way for us is actually to integrate artificial intelligence and augmented intelligence or technology in a multidimensional way. So what does multidimensional way mean? And so one paper that was published by Jeffrey Sachs from Columbia University, who had been advisor to the United Nations Secretary General as the Sustainable Development Goals was coming up, was these four lenses. And these four lenses bring about a congruent, when they're put together and used in a congruent manner, you start to get a holistic approach to dealing with problems. So these lenses are geopolitics, earth systems, techno-economics, and social dynamics. And so let's use these four lenses when we take into account COVID-19 in the area of higher education. And from there, I will thematically build into the talk on inclusive education. So when COVID-19 came about, around the world, we started to see that the geopolitics changed. You would notice that initially, the World Health Organization was, going through the classification stages that led to the declassification of COVID-19 as a pandemic. But during that time, you would notice that the United States had a particular position towards China. And then during the last 3-4 months, you would have noticed that that position actually changed. So the geopolitical dimensions is something that changed. In South Africa, we also had impacts. For example, a lot of students that went, back into their home countries. It became a lot more complicated because the way that we look at migration changed. We also had students who were outbound into different parts of the world, including in China, in Russia, and we had to start looking into how do you actually what are the diplomatic protocols that can be used in terms of bringing some of these, repatriating some of these students back. So the geopolitics became suddenly of great interest. At the same time, we saw that the techno-economics had a major impact because in South Africa, unlike in India, the cost of data is still high. And so we had those students who had access to data and they had the means in terms of affordability to access that data. And then we had others who didn't. And so does that mean that COVID-19 has the possibility of further deepening the inequality between those that have and those that don't have? And what should be the appropriate bridge that should be an enabler. One aspect that came out of the COVID-19 transition was that certain websites should be zero rated, which means that if students are accessing those websites at the university, then those websites, they will not be charged to access those websites from within the country. And so zero rating then contributed to one element of building equity and equality. The third component is that of social dynamics. So right now we are in a lockdown, and in a lockdown there are people who are professionals like myself who are able to do a lot of our work online and using remote means. On the other hand, we have people who don't have, and when they don't have, there is a real possibility that there may be a social unrest. And a social unrest, will have an impact on the university. On the last lens is of Earth systems, and quite ironically, we find that the carbon footprint has decreased during this point because there are much less vehicles on the road. So these four lenses, when they're used in a congruent manner to look at a situation, you start to see angles that you would not normally see. And so this aspect of these four lenses would be a second takeaway that I'd propose from this talk. Now, in our own journey, as I mentioned, that COVID-19 started to appear. The first case appeared in March in South Africa, and before that we were going into, and we had ongoing educational transformation, and that really is speaking to blended learning. But then COVID-19 hit us, and we very quickly had to move into the area of an all online mode. And that becomes particularly complicated because, you have domains such as the science and engineering, which are lab-based and have practical components. And how do you then enable access to the lab environment remotely? How do you develop assessments? And those are some of the things that I'll highlight during this presentation. We also had to look at personal protection equipment, and we had to look at rapid prototyping for some of these protection equipment, especially as we did start to reintegrate some of our students. So of the 50,000 students, about 9,000 students started to return in the month of June. And we therefore had to make provisions in terms of protection equipment, and I'll speak to that. And I think that in itself has an education component. And I don't know, I put down here post-COVID-19 period. I have no idea what the timeline is. These milestones are certainly not linear. We have no idea what it is, but it has brought about two things which are important in the context of any university. One is the financial crisis, one is the health crisis, and two is the financial crisis, in that order. The financial crisis is particularly something that, we as a university, for example, have stopped our new recruitment of staff members, partly because we are uncertain of how our financial is going to be. We're obviously going to open up gradually as things start to improve. But we are, that's one of the reactions that you're likely to get when there is a period of uncertainty. But on the other hand, we are saying, how do we evolve our business as a university such that we can actually have online programs that develops access? We have had cases where some of our students who are differently abled have actually said that, in their realm, online education, gives them captions and gives them a mode and a feel for inclusivity that they may have not had as sufficiently when we were dealing with the on-site classroom environment. So you can really start to see that if you're using those four lenses in a congruent manner, you can start to find solutions in a much more transdisciplinary manner than before. And so for us, the avenue of the fourth industrial revolution, because we were already moving in that direction, COVID-19, in a way, as negative as it is, has actually been a catalyst in terms of our own journey. And we are really looking at, the innovations that are coming out during this period is how do we make those innovations sustainable? So one point that might be of interest, that when we were looking at the industrial revolutions, when you were thinking of the first and second industrial revolutions, you were thinking of a classroom setting. You were thinking of benches that are put in a column behind each other. Think about a classroom. In a classroom, you have seats one behind each other. And the reason for that is that the industrial revolutions, particularly the first and the second, and maybe the third industrial revolution as well, required some kind of routine thinking, So if you imagine the benches in a classroom, it is almost similar to an industrial setup where you would be passing material from one to the next. And that is kind of the routine learning that the first and second industrial revolutions brought about. Now, from the third industrial revolution, where the computing and communication started to converge, and the fourth industrial revolution, which infuses artificial intelligence, deep learning, machine learning into the way that we harness the power of data, takes us into a completely new dimension. That means that we have to unlearn, learn, and relearn, and continuously do this over and over again. And that becomes also important in the way that we render and deliver curriculum and pedagogy. Now, I just wanted to give you a feel, because I don't, I don't know how well this audience may know South Africa. So South Africa has got two distinct economies that run in parallel. The one economy is almost really a first world economy, and you can see this in the right side of the picture. On the other hand, if you go 15 minutes away, you can find really poor areas, and it is a country which has a Gini coefficient of about 60, an unadjusted Gini coefficient of about 63%, making it one of the most unequal countries in the world, where you have poverty and rich almost side by side. And so this aspect of inequality is something that we always take into account in whatever solution that we do, because we believe that education is the way that you can move people from areas of poverty to areas that brings about a meaning and develops dignity for humanity. So to give you some examples of some of the innovations that have occurred during this period, we have obviously looked at developing some of our own personal protection equipment. 3D printing of masks, for example, has come about. But on the other hand, we also have to look at whether these masks are scalable and whether they are cost effective. So we have also looked at some entrepreneurial work where the students and some of our suppliers can develop cloth masks as an alternative and also for cost effectiveness. But you can see the different stages and the different approaches that have come about during this process. We've also looked at our own sanitizers, which are based on the World Health Organization. We've also developed our own ventilator. If you do a Google on University of Johannesburg ventilator, you will notice that this was one of the large-scale projects that came about, and we're looking at how do we bring about scalability. But again, when we're doing a ventilator project, for us it also integrates Internet of Things. It includes internet sensors, and it includes an approach for rapid prototyping, so that when the COVID-19 period is over, what has remained behind is the skills and an approach that enables rapid prototyping. But on the other hand, also, a ventilator like this will accrue a lot of data. And how do you use that data, one, from a health informatics perspective, but two, in terms of developing the technology. But when you're doing any of the above, you have to keep in mind that when you're looking at patient data, that the data ethics is really key. As if individual data leak, for example, could be very problematic for us. And so how do you look at and use that data in an aggregate way? So I guess what I'm saying with these two examples of the PPEs and the ventilator is that the timing has kind of forced us to expedite and accelerate our program in terms of hands-on learning side by side with what happens in terms of theoretical acquisition, but theoretical acquisition can be done online. Another component that became very prominent in terms of inclusive online education, the inclusive component, is the aspect of open source. And again, as a university, for a number of years, we've been looking, we have been making available all the research that gets published is available on an open access platform. Again, if you do a Google on University of Johannesburg institutional repository, you will very quickly get access to publications. We make that available because we're a publicly funded institution. We believe in making our research available to the public globally at no cost. What is, however, interesting is that the open source, making available your code, had often looked at intellectual property protection, and instruments such as patents, such as copyright, was very key. Now, when it comes to health and our response to COVID-19, we've taken a different approach where we have actually not looked at copyright. We have looked at open source. We've looked at copyleft. The opposite of copyright. It's really a pun that is intended on copyright, copyleft, and the significance there is let's make available what is needed in terms of the global response for COVID-19, and let's make that available on an open source platforms so that we can together progress what is required in terms of designs and instrumentation that would help in the medical response. So this also, there is the ecological impact that I mentioned, but of interest here is that you also have to think about solutions which are energy efficient. So it's not simply about, solutions that are a technology response, but if you think about the continent, there are many areas where there's not enough electricity. So you also have to think in terms of renewable technology that is powering some of these solutions. So what is coming out here is a real holistic approach to the thinking. And I bring back those four lenses again with the emphasis that the fourth industrial revolution and our response to COVID-19 require holistic thinking. So what are some of the components from an inclusive online education aspect? Well, inclusivity is central to it. Innovation is very key. Integrity is another component, and infrastructure. So those are some pillars that are important, and then they inform what happens in a university setting in terms of curriculum, the way that we deliver curriculum or pedagogy, in terms of research and ensuring quality or accreditation, and then assessment that is done in a meaningful way. Now, I'll give you some examples of each of these in the next couple of slides. On the other hand, one also has to keep the cybersecurity in mind. I did talk about data and ethics from a student data point of view. We are very, very careful in terms of ensuring that student and personal data is protected. But on the other hand, what has also been happening is that the dark web has come about. And I remember when Dr. Singh and I were initially engaging, I had asked her about the online platform that we're using, because some of the online platforms have experienced cyber bombing. And sometimes the recording happens and it gets available without always permission from the audience and so on. And sometimes the programming is interrupted. And so the dark web has also come about, and ransomware as a service, for instance, has become a lot more prominent. So I guess what I'm saying is that as we're looking at inclusive online education, it's also important to be aware that the cyber crime and cyber infrastructure has to be thought about hand in glove, so that the one does not, the progress is not diminished by the challenges of cybersecurity. So in terms of curriculum, there are several tenets here. And most of you know that this is important when it comes to the way that learning occurs. Now, for us and for you, I suppose that when we think about
sorry, Professor, participants, please mute your speakers. Just creating a distraction.
Okay, thank you. So when it comes to the curriculum, we have often thought about, teaching, what does the university do? Do we teach or do we do research? And for us, teaching has always been defined as what is research and innovation led. Those are really integral to when it comes to developing teaching. Now, research and innovation usually has a component that is not simply in the textbook, but is a component that happens when like when I'm talking, you're noticing that I'm moving my hands, because learning happens for different people differently. And that's important to understand, that learning does happen for different people differently. Technology, fortunately, allows us to be able to access to the different modes of learning. And so some people are for some people, learning occurs when you write. Some people, learning occurs not in the classroom, but as you walk away from the classroom, you look at your friend, you speak to your friend, and you say, do you think that's what this individual or the lecturer meant? And when you get that reaffirmation, that's when learning has occurred. That means that when you look at this, that the aspect of emotion and cognition is often intertwined. And that is something that at times becomes difficult in the online world, because maybe we are very focused in the online world. We're not always pausing and being able to reflect. And so what we are also trying to do in the inclusive online education is to give our students break. So you present A, B, and C, and you say, now we're going to pause. Now you go and do certain things in your environment. But then the student would say, hey, but I don't have these A, B, and C available in my environment. And so you have to be creative in terms of cost-effective materials that illustrate the principle that is being discussed and debated through that particular learning thread that is being built. So that's an important component. Now I recap here on something that Benjamin Franklin had said probably in around 1730, but I think it's still valid today, which is tell me and I forget, teach me and I remember, involve me and I learn. And that, I think, is very key as a takeaway. That's another takeaway. That segues me into the pedagogical aspect. I've touched on some of these things. Now, in online education, there are certain advantages that can come about. So we at the university use a platform called Blackboard Predict. And what Blackboard Predict gives us is it tells us how engaged are our students to a particular lecture. So the lecture might be there might be an online lecture, it might be a video. Now we can actually go into the details of that video. We can look at whether students were struggling, whether there was a lack of contact. Was the student only looking at that 20-minute video for 2 minutes? Or if that is the case, should that video in the first place have been for 2 minutes times 10? In other words, 10 short bursts of what was being captured? Or should it have been a 20-minute video? Now, based on the data analytics, we can actually work back what is the most suitable mode for that particular student. And the student is then able to customize the person's learning experience. So I think that is very important here, is that if I interface with my mobile phone, I don't interface with my mobile phone for 20 minutes. I interface for maybe 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes, maybe 5 minutes. And if that learning is occurring through a mobile delivery, perhaps the way that our presentations occur need to account for that. Because the way that people interact with particular devices has changed, and the way that we learn has changed. And acknowledge what has happened in terms of pedagogical development over the last 20 years, and these are published in peer-reviewed journals, and look at what has happened in the world of learning and integrate that into the way that we deliver on education. Virtual reality and augmented reality is very interesting here, because we, for example, in the past we would get students from India who would be inbound as doing courses online, they would be visiting physically, which is something that we intend to continue. But during the COVID-19 period, that is not possible. So what we have done is we have introduced virtual mobility programs. And in the virtual mobility program, students can have an augmented experience of our environment, of our different campuses. We have 4 campuses in Johannesburg. And so that they get a much better understanding of what it means in terms of immersing yourself in a different environment while you're not there. So that once after the lockdown, once our borders and transportation reopens, and when students are able to travel, they already have better preparation in terms of what the context means. And so those are some ideas in terms of pedagogy. Now, assessment has become challenging in the sense that, you can't do a simple examination because moderators may not be available in different parts of the country. Students are all over. And so what we are looking at is project-based learning, where you have to do certain things that evaluates the outcomes and then write a report or have an online, have a presentation on video or an audio recording or a report which is written and then submitted online for assessment. But the good, interesting thing about the project-based learning is that if a student is doing a major in mathematics and is doing a minor in music, you can now evaluate the student through a project-based methodology on the music of mathematics. And so you're now able to look at this from a transdisciplinary point of view, and not only from mathematics for the sake of mathematics, but mathematics where the logic connects to music. And that, I think, is something that we were not able to really, in the university environment, we were doing these things in silos. And now, due to COVID-19 and the aspect of inclusivity, and because traditional assessment has been challenged, we now have to think outside of the box. And here is an opportunity that lies for the post-COVID period. I think that when Arundhati Roy has indicated that the new normal is perhaps the normal that we have desired, I think some of it is highlighted in some of these opportunities that are coming about. Interestingly, the world of work, the future world of work, is going to change, and in fact is changing and has changed. And the inclusive online education is really taking us into that world of the future world of work. It's just making it, there's just a catalyst that is enabling that. So for us, in this, amidst this negativity, there is also a lot of learning that continues to occur. Now, in the area of research, the scholarship of teaching and learning, publishing in journals, like one journal that I have worked with is the IEEE Transactions on Education. And there are a number of journals that has a whole area of new learning analytics, which can be published, of course, without compromising student individual data or data ethics, but looking at aggregate data and how does aggregate data project and develop learning. And then also the areas of the different learning management systems. The field work has changed. The way that we do service, we do research, we have to re-engineer research service that occur in the social sciences, particularly because on-site service had a value and the research was designed based on on-site surveys. Now we have to look at online service and how do you make sure that when online surveys occur, that the research integrity of the research design is not compromised, but is strengthened. And how do you then inform and enable your participants so that that research has meaning in terms of developing the body of knowledge? On the other hand, what we're also finding, and this may be different in different places, and it might be due to the inequality situation in South Africa, is that student and staff wellness is also being challenged. We're finding that particularly for our women, that there is an increase in gender-based violence, and postgraduate students who may be doing their PhD are often also mothers. And this means that there is a gender imbalance that is emerging in this process, and that the way forward that we think about has to do certain things that will bring about a correction in terms of developing gender equity, which may be compromised during this period. But there are psychosocial impacts, and as you may be feeling if you're doing online education, right now you're listening to me, I'm present, but at the same time I'm absent. So this conundrum of being present and absent simultaneously over a prolonged time has a psychosocial implication, and that's another aspect that also lends to the world of research in what would it mean when we are coexisting with COVID-19. So I talked about assessment already, but I think the interesting point here is how do you build quality assurance so that you don't compromise the quality of the assessment? And then accreditation. And the problem with accreditation is a very traditional world. And so I have been interacting with some of the accreditation bodies in South Africa, which have an international influence and are signatory of international accords like Washington Accord, Sydney Accord, and Dublin Accord. And these are accords in the engineering domain to say, how do we actually acknowledge that the world is moving online? And how do we actually bring about different modes of learning? That is something we've always desired. We've always desired transdisciplinarity, but how do we then bring about quality assessment and consistency such that accreditation and quality assurance of our academic programs continues to be enabled and also allows for for mobility of students once they've completed a program from one country to the other. What is the question of how do we use machine learning? Do we have to look at accreditation and assessment and consistency in a traditional manual fashion, or can we leverage deep learning and machine learning because we have the data available on our learning management systems? How do we augment accreditation as another aspect? So in conclusion, one is that pandemics have come about, they've changed the world, and the key aspect here is that technology has brought about certain advancements, and our adaptability is more than ever before. And how do we harness the power of our adaptability, our open-mindedness, in saying how do we sustain the innovations that are emerging out of this period. The third part is that the competition is going to increase. So for example, at the university, we offer maybe a first year course in calculus. And if you look at another university such as MIT, they also offer a first year course in calculus. Do we continue to offer our calculus because we've always done so? Or do we say that there is already an online course that is available and let our students go into that online classroom because it's open access, and we then have our assessment, which is customized to our local environment? And if we're able to do that, how do we then, the capacity that is released during that period, how do we use that capacity and that resourcing to enable other programs in research and innovation? So how do we optimally utilize the resources that are available at a global scale? Because the world is clearly global. On the other hand, we're also very realistic. We're very realistic because we realize that the competition that COVID-19, if you look at, for example, the online programs that Harvard University is developing, they are really already in this mode of these 5-minute short videos that look at thematic considerations in a module such as calculus. And they are really looking at how does, what is the learning and how does that adapt? And if they then move into our environment virtually in South Africa, a university locally will not be able to compete as easily with what is being offered on the global stage. And so that component of being able to adapt and localize so that we can look at certain programs. For example, South Africa is very, very rich in mining, in biodiversity, in indigenous knowledge systems. And so to look at the niches that are local to that particular geographical area and then develop our online programs from there so that we have a unique value proposition when it comes to education and collaboration. Not doing what another part of the world is doing just for the sake of doing. That I think is quite interesting, is that competition and collaboration, the landscape would actually evolve to be a lot more complementary. Last point here is that, that there is a real opportunity for us to shape the future world of work. And that despite that we have a lot of negativity, at core is the aspect of health. And when it's the aspect of health, we're actually looking at getting closer to humanity. We are a lot more caring about people than we've ever been before. We're thinking of mental well-being all the time of our students, of our staff. We're thinking all the time in terms of psychosocial implications. These are things we've never thought about in the past. We know that these are areas that exist and these are problems that many times we don't like to talk about, but they're very important because humanity is enabled when we care. And how do we bring that aspect of care into the way that we deliver education? And that actually, inclusivity and in education, that brings me to the end of this talk. And I know we ran about 5-10 minutes late. I will be quite happy to take any questions right now, or if questions are enabled through the WhatsApp platform, then Dr. Singh can send those over to me, and I'd be very happy to blog out and answer or a response as well. So I'm going to hand back. I see that the moderator is here already, so I'll turn over to her.
Thank you, sir. Participants, the forum is now open for your questions. Kindly unmute yourself or you can raise your hand.
So, Professor Sinha, I'm Dr. Chandrani Singh. Just wanted to understand that how does your university as well as South Africa in general, what all new models, pedagogical models, are the nation as a whole and your university in specific are adopting, and whether you think that going fully online, like very premier universities like Trent and all are fully online. So would it serve the purpose? Would it continuously engage the student fraternity, and what can be the outcome from that? As well as how much you are talking about the healthcare, the models for various models for healthcare, specifically with relation to the COVID pandemic. So any new model, since you are an established researcher, a scientist, so any new model which you individually or in group is working on to, facilitate this financial and economic current turbulence and then going towards more of sustainability.
Thanks very much. I don't know if there are any other questions. I thought maybe I can take all the questions that come about and then respond to them collectively.
Yeah, participants, if you have questions, then Professor Saurabh can take them at one go.
Yeah, I'm taking notes. As you can see, I have my notebook here, so. Okay, so I'm not getting any others. So what I'll do is that I'll answer these three questions these two areas that you've raised. The first one is about going fully online. Now, my own view is that, universities are some of the oldest businesses. If you look at universities, some of them have existed for more than 1,000 years. And so universities are, there is a space that exists within a university And for some people, it's not just a space, it's a place. It's a place where you kind of go away from wherever you are, and it's a thinking space that makes it a place. So my own thinking is that the place and the models of what constitutes a place in future will have an augmentation between an online and a virtual space, as well as an in-person and a physical space. So what we are doing at the institution is that we are evolving our spaces so that when we reopen for all the students, we're likely to see an environment where the area of fixed offices, you come and work for certain hours, will change. It means that some of our staff will work from home, and we'll be quite okay with that. We will evaluate them in terms of outputs and outcomes. And in terms of students, the way that some of the space that gets freed up in programs which can be delivered in an online means, that's the mode we will go. But in other programs where you need the space in terms of coming together and having a debate, for example, is something that we'll have open. So I think that the key thing is of augmented between virtual and physical space, one. Two is hybrid in terms of curriculum and pedagogy. And three is to actually think in terms of utilizing, the practical components can be done differently. So I don't think we'll go all online. We'll take a blended approach, but importantly, we will increase access. So right now, in first year, we receive 200,000 new applications. We take 10,000 students every year. And we are asking ourselves, does the online mode enable us to take maybe not 10, but maybe 20,000 students each year? Because the reason why we reject many of the others is not because they're not top performers academically. We reject them because we don't have space. And so if we are increasing our space in an augmented way, then what does that mean in terms of our access? And what does that mean in terms of internationalization? Does that mean we can take students who are in another part of the world because our curriculum is, our programs have and enjoy accreditation? For instance, engineering technology programs have recognition through the Washington and Sydney Accord. Then in terms of some of the program specifics, I'm just going to touch on one, maybe two, just to give you an illustration in terms of what does it mean between COVID-19 and interaction. So by the way, my own technical background is I work in the area of millimeter wave microelectronics. And one very key aspect there is increasing the bandwidth through technologies such as 5G. And so that, when you're doing lots of things online, it means you must have the backhaul infrastructure that enables the transportation of large amount of data. So I work in that particular domain myself, and I specialize in that area. But in terms of other areas, so you could see that as an adjacent area when it comes to COVID-19, as due to COVID-19, you find yourself working remotely, you need more data, and therefore you need to have the virtual roads or infrastructure that enables the transportation of that data. So in that way, I would be contributing to 5G, which is expanding right now also in South Africa. But more specifically on the health, I think that's important. I think it's something that often gets neglected. Now, one of the projects that we are developing in terms of in the area of student mental well-being is that we often found that when our students were in distress, maybe due to stereotyping and that type of thing, that they would often not tell people that they are experiencing a mental distress. They will keep it to themselves. In some cases, they will go to social media and they will mention something on social media, or in other times, they'll be doing a Google search. They'll be searching how to seek for help. So what we have done is for students who have, who have opted into one of our pilot programs, where if they are seeking for help, then we are actually able to monitor that. And when they then enter their learning management system, on the right-hand side, you will start to see that help, where do you go and seek help? We have a division at the university called SciCAD, which has gone fully online. You can interact from, if you are uncomfortable speaking with a person, you can interact with a web bot. You can ask the web bot and share your challenges and see what type of solutions you get. But if your solutions are, if your problem is significant in terms of mental well-being, then our in-person intervention starts to feature very quickly, and then you can get a phone call and you can get even an in-person support depending on the nature of the distress that the student or staff is experiencing. And we are very cognizant of that now in South Africa. We have fairly high suicide rates of students, maybe because of the inequality. And so we really look at how does technology help us in realizing and contending some areas of distress. Now, we've done the same thing in COVID-19. We're looking at, as we're releasing lockdown, data is being released because your phones are tracking you all the time. When you're on Google Maps, you can see that there's data that tells you how busy the road is. So as the lockdown eases, data is actually easing and giving us more information. So based on that data and deep learning, we're able to integrate that and say, if you make lockdown conditions A, B, and C more lenient, then that is what it means in terms of the spread of COVID-19. If you do that in a locality which is poor, which has more comorbidities, which has more persons over the age of 60, then the risk becomes much higher than in another area. So we're able to map using deep learning algorithms and the data that we accrue through this technology and say, how do you bring that all together to make and develop policies? And so the university works with our provincial government in terms of bringing that input into the policy making that we also publish in journals. We are very selective about where we publish, so it does sometimes take time in where we publish. But interestingly, one of the things that we looked at much earlier, before the publication came about in Nature, was the aspect of the aerosol particles in terms of transmission, especially in areas of bathrooms and lavatories, where you find that the droplets, the contamination of the coronavirus was staying for a much longer period in the form of fomites, which is the mix between droplets and what happens in terms of the humidity in such an environment. And so there's been a lot of areas of research across the different disciplines when it comes to COVID-19 purely from a health perspective. But for us, it's also been interesting of where technology brings about the blend that enables these solutions. And the same thing in the area of economic impetus. As we know that the way that we've looked at economies in a traditional way will be contended post this period. The world of work will change. It will be a lot more online. It will be a lot more remote. And that means that when you go to our website and you're looking for a job, you will find that the drop-down window will say, are you interested in working at the university? Which campus? And one of the options will be the virtual campus, which will be at your home. And so that's the way that we're re-engineering and rethinking what it would look like as we further our coexistence with COVID-19. Dr. Singh, I hope that gives you an idea of the thought trend that we are building in terms of of our experience post-COVID-19, coexisting with COVID-19 and post-COVID-19 whenever that happens. Thanks.
Yeah, Professor, I see one more question coming in. Thank you for that elaborative, you could give us that elaboration on what are the strategies which you have adopted. And next question comes from, I see Rajesh Panda. Please, if you could take up that question and then we can leave you. Thank you.
Okay, great. I don't see Rajesh's question on the chat window. I don't have access to the chat. So yeah. I think if it's, yeah.
So I'll ask directly here, in fact. So great presentation. In fact, I will cover some part of the pedagogy and how it is being enabled with AI and machine learning. I'll be keen to know how you are probably introducing or experimenting or even implemented AI driven pedagogy, especially in student learning, as part of either COVID-19 or even earlier.
Yeah, the what we found was that we had modules in programming, which was traditionally in the science, engineering, and technology. Now, for a university of 50,000 students, that group constitutes 10,000. But the rest of the student population, which is 40,000 students, actually, believe it or not, were not learning AI. They were not learning artificial intelligence. Now, we developed different open access modules. Actually, our first edition of AI was African Insights. If you look at the acronym for that, it was AI. And if you think about products such as Linux's Ubuntu, it actually is a product of South Africa. Ubuntu means, very briefly, coexisting with other people and enabling yourself through enabling others. So that was an important component of African Insights when it was, and we made African Insights compulsory for the engineering students, as well as students in humanities and the social sciences. So when we brought about the next edition of AI, which was artificial intelligence, we said the same thing, that all students, all 50,000 students must take AI, must have some learning experience in terms of developing code, but also developing algorithms, developing thinking. It was not about computer science, it was about computational thinking. And we made that compulsory for all students, but we also made it open access within the university community. Students didn't have to pay for it. So each student would do the module, they would undertake the assessment, and they will get the credit for that. We introduced that about a year and a half ago. Then, in its third journey, we are developing the program on augmented intelligence, which is existing between machines and human. For example, 3D printing, and how do you look at 4D printing, where these smart material behavior changes what you have printed based on the ambient conditions. And so that aspect is coming in, and that is still called AI. So we've retained AI, African Insights, Artificial Intelligence, Augmented Intelligence, and we are now developing online modules into remote access of physical spaces using technology. The data accrues, we infuse that with data ethics. We then say, how does compounding different data sets, what does that mean in terms of business intelligence? But what does it also mean in terms of data intelligence? For example, if you're looking at a mapping of a road and the algorithm that is developed, another company develops an algorithm that says maximize profitability. Now, if the mapping algorithm and a fuel company's algorithm, they collude, in that collusion, you find that profitability happens, but ethics of humanity is compromised. So the way that we're looking at our education of these AI programs of augmented artificial intelligence is actually to infuse EI, ethical intelligence and emotional intelligence, as very core principles of that. So I hope that that gives you the pedagogical context of delivery with technology, but for humanity as the end goal.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much, Prof. Sinha.
Hello. Hello, sir. I would like to ask you one query. Would it be okay? Would it be the right time? Hello.
Yeah, that should be fine.
Okay. So, as you have concluded, as you have said in your conclusion, the role of machine learning is going to play an important role. But what do you think by the perspective of an Indian country? Like, you're talking about the 5G infrastructure in the transformation of the education through global collaboration. But there are many students who stay still in the remote areas where they don't have the basic infrastructure? Or what about those people who are like, aged, and they are not well acquainted to the technology of 5G infrastructure? How would you, what is your outlet about it? What is your knowledge, what is your opinion about it?
Yeah, I will start with the second part, and I will say that we as people underestimate humanity's ability to adapt. And I will tell you that in my own family infrastructure, I had kind of underestimated, but when the lockdown measures were implemented, there was no other way but for people to connect in a remote setup. In other words, using mobile and video and those type of things. And in fact, I have family members that are not able to type, but they're able to speak, and that text can appear because they have, in a very short space of time, learned that voice to text is possible. Believe it or not, I actually underestimated that they would do that, and COVID-19 propagated that. And so I don't underestimate humanity's ability to adapt. I think that people will adapt. On the other hand, in terms of what happens in the remote areas, now I will be very honest that I actually think that the different modes, because India is such a large population, it's the world's one of the largest in the world, is that its ability to advance because of the very high abundance of IT skills. I think it is at a much higher its strive is more attainable than in other parts of the world. So I'll give you one example of what we're doing in terms of bringing data connectivity in poor areas. Is we have taken a balloon and we have integrated on that balloon a simple router type of technologies, and we're taking a balloon over the areas. Obviously it is sponsored by some of the mobile companies, and that brings about avenues of connectivity. Now, interestingly enough, in the past, what we would do is we would go to those rural areas, we will try to build a traditional base station. And you'd build a base station and it would get vandalized soon after. Now we are taking a balloon in the air with similar type of infrastructure that brings about connectivity. There's no potential for that to be vandalized. So I actually think that the opportunity here lies in innovation on how do we think differently. And if I can maybe in conclusion say that in the first and second industrial revolution, we said we must think inside the box. In the third industrial revolution, we said we must think inside and outside of the box. I think in the fourth industrial revolution, you have to think also without the box. That then starts to give you these solutions, such as ballooning technologies to give people digital equity and equality so that they can connect with us in a unique way. So I actually think that with the skill base rich in science, engineering, and technology that India has, I actually think that solutions can port not only within the country, but actually can help the rest of the world. We actually have a number of companies from India that are helping us in many, many solutions in South Africa, to give you an illustration. So I actually think that Barack Obama said that we are the ones we are waiting for. And I think that is maybe true in some of the ways that we think. Yeah, thanks. I hope that answers.
Thank you so much, sir. You have given me an insight for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights in the area of inclusive online education. Sir, I hope your address would have paved way to understand the pandemic situation. Dear all, now let us have the pleasure of listening to Mr. Rajesh Panda, founder and managing director, Corporate Gurukul. And it's a pleasure to introduce him to you. Corporate Gurukul, a company with a vision of enabling employability, social transformation, and integration through value-based education and skill training and industry-specific. Corporate Gurukul has assessed, trained, and interned graduates on employability skill, This was all about corporate Gurukul. Now speaking about Sir, as a schoolboy, he literally indulged in sporting activities and represented his state as junior athlete. His love for the army led him to take up NCC and he was adjudged the fourth best cadet of India. Sir has graduated from REC Rourkela as the best all-rounder and gold medalist for all his all-rounder performance. He has started his career in business development with HCL. His exemplary performance in HCL Infinite got him an overseas assignment with HCL Singapore. After working for a few startups in Singapore, he finally founded Corporate Gurukul. Without taking much of the time, I hand it over to Sir for his address.
Well, thank you so much. That was a wonderful introduction. I'm not too sure if everybody is able to see my presentation.
Yes, sir, we are able to see your presentation.
Is it on full view or?
No, sir, it is not on full view.
Is it
but
now?
We are able to.
Is it now on full screen?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. That's nice. So, thanks, Dr. Chandrani and the entire team of Sihagat Group of Institutes for inviting me. It's absolutely a pleasure. And I'll keep this very focused on what management students know and they want to get ahead with in their life and career. And a very hearty World Youth Skills Day. Even at 47, I think I'm still a youth. So I'm sure you all are youth as well. And we continue to learn till the end of our lives. So it's a lifelong journey of learning. So, a very happy Youth Day to all of you. What I'll be speaking today on is pedagogical evaluations. And these are evolutions on how people learn to deliver personalized learning experiences. So we have heard about classroom teaching. We have heard about teaching in so many forms. We have heard about learning in so many forms. But now, when we as a company, and that's Corporate Gurukul, the company that I run, when we looked at personalized learning experiences, we had a huge challenge. And, we had been an experiential learning company all our 12 years. And suddenly we figured out that we have to go online during COVID. And we had to do this journey faster than anybody else. So we had to do this in 3 months, what companies like Coursera or others have done in 3 years. And today, I'm proud to say that we are partners with Coursera, with Udemy, with Harvard, with so many other platforms to deliver these learning experiences. So I'll share my journey and in the meanwhile also share some of the thoughts which faculty, audiences who want to learn, as well as students, especially from management institutes, will find beneficial. So I was deeply influenced by Gandhiji, and I loved his book, My Experiments with Truth. So I started this personal journey of self-understanding with education. My mother is a teacher. She retired formally, but she still continues to teach. And as a formal student, as I said, I still continue to learn. I'll learn till the end of my life. As a formal student, I had 20 years of education, and in that I achieved a lot. And I was always hailed for, you heard the introduction, I was always hailed for, being a best all-rounder, being a best NCC cadet, a governor's gold medalist and national athlete. So it was all very individual. It was very different when I became an educator and an entrepreneur. It was about making impact. It was understanding others and not about personal excellence. It was about building a community. It was about getting everybody together. It was about humility. It was about leadership. It was about hands-on work with the team. It was a completely different experience from what my formal education was. And building the company the way an educator or an entrepreneur or an edupreneur, as they say now, builds it, took a lot of time in terms of understanding what was my pedagogy when I was in school and college, and what is it that I'm able to apply in real world. So you see that highlight of 150,000 alumni. That is the impact we wanted to make, because end of the day, these are the students from our in our institute or our company who are going to the out of the world and making a difference. So we wanted to see what's the impact that they are making. And when we wanted to see that, we obviously figured out that the impact is across nations. And today we are Corporate Gurukul, the company that I run. We are an experiential learning company. We are there in 21 countries with about 110 plus clients, which are mostly education institutes. And we have a lot of focus on research. So we partner with two of the top universities in Asia, National University of Singapore and Nanyang Technological University, to do a whole lot of research with students. And this research are areas where we want to solve real world problems and challenges. Right, so I'll just deep dive into that. So my next slide is about understanding nations. When you develop solutions as B School graduates or even as scholars, even as teachers, even as educators, or even as people building younger institutes or other institutes that you're building, we have to figure out why we are building this, what's the purpose. And that purpose comes from the nation's purpose. And the nation's purpose first is obviously to protect boundaries, have growth and prosperity through its own internal resources and also collaborating with other nations. And obviously create an environment where citizens thrive. And citizens are you and me and the students right from birth to death. There are obviously other needs that we will cover as we go along. And that builds this element of what we say as culture of the nation. And I'll tell you as we go forward why culture of a nation is important and how our pedagogy in education institutes should be aligned to that. Now, if this is the national interest, then what should be the interest of education? What are the founding block of education? The founding block of education is largely nation building. The purpose of education is to build nations. And that is what I strongly believe. Our alignment in terms of our curriculum pedagogy is largely how can my students, how can anybody who passes through any program of Corporate Gurukul can go ahead and build a nation, think mighty big. I was in Harvard a few years back before I started Corporate Gurukul, and there, when we asked students at Harvard Business School, what's your aim in life? And this is very pertinent to management students especially, and management faculty. We prepare in India our students mostly for the corporate world. But when I asked this question there, about 30% said we want to be CEOs of companies, about 30% again said we want to be entrepreneurs. And you won't believe, about 30 to 40% said we want to be the presidents and prime ministers of our countries. Right, so that is what management and leadership is all about. You don't go and work in company only or become an entrepreneur only or do research only. You also have to build nation, right? And obviously citizens are the software of any nation. So when we create nations, there is hardware, there is steel, coal, roads, buildings, but what runs them is the software, which is the people. And the software building block starts in institutes like Sinhagad, in institutes like Corporate Gurukul, where we are saying, universities and schools will build this nation through adults, youth, education, and a very strong curriculum. Now, when we want to do that, obviously we have to look at history and see how it has been built over a whole, period of last 300 or 400 years. And what kind of education and pedagogy are we imparting? Now, when we look at it, we obviously see a whole lot of challenges. And these challenges obviously can be best addressed if we focus on education on three key parameters, which is strengthening the head and heart and getting it done by hands, which is while we do a whole lot of thinking and research skills, we also have to understand who we are, have wonderful relationships with people around us. It should not be my way or highway in the way we work in organizations or teams within schools or colleges. It should not be, I should be a gold medalist from a particular university or school. It should be about creating those powerful relationships which can help you in future in making impact in solving the country's problems or the world's problems. And the best way to understand what you have known is to apply it. and attempt and fail and reflect upon it. So when we figured out what's the focus on education, we obviously came to a fundamental thought. And that thought is head, heart, and how you do it is manifested at an individual level. And education is nothing but bringing out that perfection that already lies within you. So your teachers, especially, for students, the teachers or the world around doesn't teach you much. It's already there within you. The circumstances, the teachers or the world around you is largely taking this perfection out from within you and manifesting it in terms of who you are. And it's written here man, but I don't want to be biased on gender. It's also for women as well. Now, our purpose, so when we looked at this about 10 years back, we said, what's our purpose to exist? Now, our purpose to exist was to take students, to take everyone who comes as part of our journey from good to great. So if you're good, you go to great. If you are the best in what you do, you go to better. And there is always, it's like Sachin Tendulkar or Virat Kohli saying, okay, how can I be better? I'm already probably great in what I'm doing. I'm the world's best. How do I become better in this? So how do we unleash the full potential? And how do you raise the bar? So every individual is unique. Every individual is perfect. How do we essentially create a platform where universities or schools or even corporate Gurukul, for that matter, unleashes that entire perfectness that is there within you, perfection that is there in you. So to do that, we created a model, and the other speakers have spoken of it in different ways. Now we created this model where we say know, practice, perform, reflect, which essentially means you do your classroom learning, you do your observation, you do your inquiry, you read books, you watch videos, but have you exercised what you know through projects? Have you performed in real life? And at the end, have you really reflected on your failures and your actions and said, okay, what could I have known better to go back and do what I needed to do, right? And achieve that perfection. So this is a model which helps you manifest what is the perfection within. So there's nothing that the world can teach you. You can only know. If you close your ears and eyes and say, no, I don't want to know, then there is no way you can manifest your perfection. If you don't apply and if you only know as well, you cannot manifest your perfection, right? So this model is all about manifesting perfection. Now, why am I giving this background? Because what we find is with those 150,000 alumni that we have, we figured out that they felt that the education was purposeless. In fact, most of them have come and said, my engineering degree was not worth it. I went on and did an MBA. And after MBA, the management school didn't teach me anything right. It was a waste of my time and effort. And I'm learning everything on job. And even on job, they said, I'm not happy with my job because I'm not able to do what I really want to do. It's not something that's my passion. And I really don't think this is the job I ever wanted. So reflecting back, most students have come back and said, how do I realize my passion? And that passion is always within. It is the manifestation of the perfection that is within you. And this is a model we created to enable that passion and perfection to come out. Now, the larger challenge then was, how do we get this practice and perform in? Right? As Bruce Lee says, I fear not the man who has practiced 100 kicks once, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times. And this is where largely, across Asia, we have seen people fail. And this 150,000 would be from 12 countries that we have trained. And I can give this generic statement that across Asia, we fail to practice hard on what we know. The Western world does this pretty well, but maybe Asia needs to take a cue from that. So how do we practice what we know and perform something which we know on an ongoing basis to be a Sachin Tendulkar or a Bruce Lee or some of the greatest guys who have gone out there or Usain Bolt for that matter. Usain Bolt says that I practiced and practiced till I vomited every day in his bid to become a world champion. So how do you really practice hard your skills, your passions, so that it manifests? Because perfection doesn't manifest just by knowing. Now, when we looked at this model, we said, okay, great, this is a great model. But what is the answer? The answer was internships, apprenticeships, immersions, and hands-on project work. So largely we said applied learning is the answer. Now, we have been doing this for 12 years, where we are saying applied learning is great, and we have a lot of students. We are over a $3 million company, and everything that we do is with a purpose. It's to solve real-world problems. We work with some of the best players in the industry in taking students from good to great, whether it is HP, Amazon. In fact, today we are talking even to SoftBank, and we have launched a program under entrepreneurship with SoftBank. SoftBank is one of the largest, it is the world's largest VC in tech funding. So we have taken various initiatives to give the best in terms of applied experiential learning, because if you want to manifest perfection and be the world's best, then you also need partners who are enabling that manifestation through those learning experiences. But the real challenge came in manifesting this at scale when COVID hit us. And that was a serious challenge, because when COVID hit us, we really didn't know, because all our programs were delivered on NUS campus, National University of Singapore, or Nanyang Technological University. So we used to have students from across Asia, India, and we used to have students from the best of universities, which is right from IIT Bombay to BITS Pilani, VIT Vellore. They used to come in, even students from IIM Indore for the management program. So we said now flights are not going to happen for at least 6 months or more now. We are saying campuses won't open up, but Singapore, NUS, NTU have started in-classroom sessions and all of that, but classroom wasn't happening. So as an entrepreneur, it was a serious challenge, because I have to hold to my team, and our business model went for a toss. So it was zero revenues, in fact. So we said, how do we get to the next level and scale? Because this year we had targeted to reach 20 countries, and we were just stuck at about 5 or 6. So we said, how do we scale to 20 countries? And the answer to that was technology. And when we looked at technology, obviously we said the founding blocks remain the same. While technology can come in with AI or machine learning or deep learning, and it can offer personalization, but when you do it at scale, obviously we have to see how to integrate it into our business model. So we went to SoftBank, and this was an interesting one, and we told SoftBank that, and SoftBank was very keen to fund us. So we said, we don't want to be OYO rooms. We are doing work with some of the world's best institutes, and the internships are for also the best. So how do you see this evolving? So they said, great, you don't want to be OYO rooms, that's fine, but you can be a Taj experience online in the field of education. And that really struck a chord. And we said, can we manifest perfection with a Taj experience of learning online? And that is where the journey towards scaling started. And it started with what was those social, national, and global problems that our students across these 20 countries want to address. So in Dubai, people want to address heat issues. In Singapore, they are trying to address old age issues. In India, the issues, obviously, right from farmer suicide to so many other issues. And why did we start with this? And why have I put this slide for management, for a management school, which is organizing this seminar, is because if we want to, be successful entrepreneurs or want to run successful global corporations, we have to solve problems for the society or solve problems for the planet. If we don't do that, if you're not addressing somebody's need by solving their problems, nobody will pay you. Whether you want to be hired in a job for any company, or create a business which has an ability to solve global problems or even local problems in the community. Now, this is core to you, right? Like I started this presentation saying that I always got rewarded for individual excellence, and I wanted to create something for larger impact in the world. And I said, I can't do without a team. So individual excellence went second, and first priority was what is it that I'm trying to solve? And this was very core to me, my passion, which is the perfection within me, which wanted to manifest itself. So which is the problems you want to solve, which is the social or the global or national problem, and how do you want to solve it? And there are various methodologies to solve it. The stages I've given it to you here, which is understanding, brainstorming, developing a strategy, and then solutioning. You read this in B school. In fact, I am from SPJ in Bombay, and I have gone over this again and again. And when I was in business school, I said, wow, I mean, my professor was very good, but I used to get really bored. I said, okay, again, the same slides. How has it got its relevance? But when you actually want to solve a problem and do a project, you will know the relevance of this, because when you want to sell your products, people won't really buy it unless you're solving a problem. So how do you take your thought of how you want to solve a problem and create this framework, and at least for an individual choice? Because what I'm saying is each of you are individuals, and you have your own passion and your choices that you want to make, and based on that, this should be aligned. Now, once you have made those individual choices, then you'll have to figure out how to align these choices to what I want to do. And you follow the same framework, which we essentially said, know, practice, perform, reflect. But the starting point is understanding your own passion, understanding your learning styles, customizing your pedagogy. So as Professor Sinha was mentioning, that each of us have different learning styles, and we are at different points in terms of how we learn. I'm not really a bookish knowing learner. I love to observe. So in Singapore, we run a program called Singapore as Your Classroom. All right. So students go around the city and run, and just by observing and doing things. So, even having a beer, and they say, wow, this beer is different from what I used to have in India. All right. So how you learn, is it can doesn't happen in the classroom. So the pedagogy, which means the world as a classroom, or Singapore as a classroom, or India as a classroom, is a concept that we are promoting within the company. And at every point across your life, for lifelong, the concept of lifelong learning, you are constantly observing and noticing and figuring out your own learning needs. And once you have done that, you are practicing and performing. And once you fail or succeed, you're reflecting on that and saying, how could I do this better? So this is what we want to do for every individual. It should not be a class. It can still be a class of 60 or a class of 120 in a business school or in an engineering college. But each individual has to be treated differently in terms of his passion and interest. And that's the challenge for any educator. I'm an educator as well. And when the class size exceeds 30, I have a challenge in the experiential on-campus in-classroom form of learning. I would have figured out their learning styles. I would have figured out their learning needs. But as a faculty, how do you address each of these? And that's where we go back to the Gurukul system of learning, where you do not need to be a specialist. Like Dronacharya was not a specialist in archery or Gada or any of those. But still, he could get the best out of each of the individuals and made them world class. Each of the Pandavas, they were the best in terms of their skills and their passion and their interest in their learning styles. And it was very customized pedagogy, the Gurukul system, which it was followed by Dronacharya. It was very customized to individual needs. So if in the past we could do this, there's nothing stopping us even doing it today. And we just have to understand how we operate as faculty, and student has to understand how they operate as students at an individual level. Now, how do we do this? So obviously this journey started 3 months back. In fact, obviously this journey has started quite some time back, but it took real fast pace about 3 to 4 months back when COVID hit us. And we started this journey with AI. And today, the AI, and we already run programs in AI with Amazon, with HP, with NUS, National University of Singapore. And when we run this, we have figured out a whole lot of this, but it was all about getting all of this together to create a holistic learning experience. Now, if you look at this, it starts with identifying individual passion and interest. It also is about individual learning data. How does an individual learn? Where does he learn? Where is he spending most of his time? In which formats of learning? Which tools of learning? And a whole lot of algorithms can be created through machine learning. And there are various platforms today which help you create these algorithms and push as recommendation engines based on the student's learning journey and the learning path. Now, once you have done that, then you get individual student assessment and feedback, and this can be again done with AI. You can do gamification. So a lot of students want to play games. They don't want to read books. So while playing games, how do you learn? Right? I have seen students, especially preschool students, learn the maximum when they're having beer with me, over a session. And they love it because there is an instantaneous connect. They said, "Sir, we don't want to be treated as students. We want to be treated as adults." And gamification really takes that to the next level. But that's a one-on-one, experience which now has to be replaced with online. Now, blended approach. You cannot do everything online, as all our previous speakers have said. You have to have a blended approach. That means do part of the stuff online and come back to the campus. And when I say campus, not classroom, come back to the campus to do peer learning. In fact, the maximum I have learned is through my peers, right? Whether in sports, in singing, in dancing. I used to dread my time with the group because my coach used to be so strict. So I'll just take the knowing learning from him, but the practice, perform, and reflect I'll do with my peers. So how do I do blended approach on campus, especially with my peers and of course with my faculty? How do I do hands-on in the labs, all of that? And, AR, VR. So Professor Sinha spoke about augmented intelligence. I'm talking here about augmented reality and virtual reality as well in learning, and experiential virtual learning. So we are talking of LMS, which is a learning management system, but we are not talking of experiential learning systems. And in the last 3 years, we have had superb, absolutely superb experiential learning systems. So LMS is passé. So LMS is now dinosaur age. So if you're buying LMS or trying to implement something in LMS, you may be behind in terms of giving your students the full spectrum of a powerful learning experience in the virtual world. And the last was personalized recommendations, right, based on the learning habits. So I am doing certain things. So how do I personally recommend that you should pick this up? Learning online can be, especially with the Coursera's of the world, which are still not experiential, or Udemy's of the world, learning can be slightly boring. In fact, the e-learning completion rate is about 5%. So students start off, but they don't complete. And largely they do that because the experience is quite boring online. So we have to use tools in AI which gamifies and makes this experiential powerful with AI. And how do you scale this? When you identify these needs, you have to develop learning experience scenarios. So based on how each student learns, you can actually map it with AI in terms of what will be the learning journey, what will be the learning content. So each of the 60 students in the class would have a different learning journey altogether. I'll be very surprised if 2 students have the same learning journey or the same learning pathway, right? In fact, I haven't seen that in any class. So how do you identify this learning experiences for each student and define learning pathways online for each student so that it is based on the student's passion, choice, and interest? And then deploy that at scale using the AI tools. So that completes my presentation. I thought, I'll keep the presentation a bit short so that I can take up some questions that may be there around this.
Thank you, sir. Participants, the forum is now open for your questions. Kindly unmute yourself and ask, or you can raise your hand.
Hi Rajesh, this is Saurav here.
Yeah, hi Saurav.
Just wanted to understand how do we acclimatize the parental group who basically would be keen on enrolling their children for these online education or online courses when we think about the pedagogy, from the pedagogy perspective.
So pedagogy that you're referring to is largely for program delivery, which is the know, practice, perform, reflect. Now, outreach in terms of, and again, I'll put my entrepreneur hat here, the outreach on engaging parents would be largely in the customer buying cycle, if you see, right, which is awareness, then engagement, then purchase, and then advocacy. So you will have to figure out, I don't know which institute to represent. You have to figure out which are your USPs and what do you want to convey in terms of your value proposition. And if you can convey that to your target audience, which is your parents, in terms of what they should be aware of and how is your pedagogy different from what is happening in other schools or universities, that would really help. So the focus is the USP that you have, the unique selling proposition that you have, and how do you convey that to a parent in terms of a differentiated learning experience for whatever you are trying to teach or get the students to learn. Does that answer the question?
Rajesh, so you are talking about experiential learning. That day also I was interacting with you, in which we were discussing. So could you just come up with some examples or some case studies which have actually brought out the results from your customers or the students as stakeholders, as to elevating it from a traditional learning to an online learning to an online experiential learning. So, and what is the outcome, success ratio in that, and how much do the students or their co-stakeholders adopt this particular strategy?
Sure.
And who all are involved in this experiential learning mechanism,
Wonderful. So the good news is in the experiential learning, so I'll take the last question first. The good news in experiential learning, you can have all stakeholders. You can have parents, you can have teachers, you can have researchers, you can have people like us who are industry experts from across the globe. You can have content from X number of players. So the platform that we have developed has content from Harvard, it has content from Dale Carnegie, it has content from Amazon, from Google, from NUS. So students have content from N number of platforms. So a student doesn't need to go to a Coursera to learn now. So I will say, okay, the first element you do from Coursera, first chapter. Second chapter you do from Kotler. Third chapter you do with NUS. Fourth chapter you do with somebody else. So the opportunities are phenomenal, in terms of online learning. Now, this could be threatening for a university in a way that, my students now have access to the world's best, but it only gets you better in terms of, that exposure. Now, second question was, how do we enable it? There are various platforms that are already available to enable it. So there are platforms like Degreed. There are platforms like Edcast, which NASCOM has now adopted. Edcast is a very powerful experiential learning platform, especially in the Indian context. And, these vendors already come with content as well. So if universities explore those options, then they can have content in. Now, what has been our case study? So our case study is, if I take the industry ratio as 5% in terms of course completion, our online platform, what we have experienced is 90% course completion online. And that is primarily because we have a mix of both asynchronous and synchronous. So let me explain these two terms for the uninitiated. Asynchronous is without live sessions, the entire LMS platform plus the learning experience online without any live sessions like these. While synchronous is where we also get a faculty from NUS or Amazon or Google to speak at the third session. So 2 sessions you do online. The third session is a faculty-led session. Then the fourth session is, let's say, HP session. Then the fifth session is a Google industry expert session. But these are all connected. These are all learning paths which is customized to a student's learning journey and the learning need. And this can be customized. So you, especially the asynchronous part can be customized. The synchronous, like what I'm speaking now, may not be so much customized. But we can give an input to the faculty. See, this is your cohort. This is the learning experience and the learning journey that they have finished. In your session, this is the learning that they want to take. So please customize your session based on that learning journey. So that is the how part of it. Case studies have been largely with National University of Singapore, NUS, NTU, HP, and SoftBank. The courses, I mean, the reviews have been very good, obviously. But if specifically you want to ask, let's say, course completion or quality of delivery or timely, completion of these courses, that have really happened pretty fast, on time, on schedule. Does that answer my question?
Yeah, it does. So for a country like India, so actually who are your, which is the segment you are looking at? Which segment of students? So are you very specific about your customers? I mean, the students as stakeholders, and which segment are you looking at? Suppose if we want to do this experiential module with people in the remotest of the areas, the students in the remotest of the areas. So how are you looking at facilitating them or, getting results out of them? So what do you think should be the strategy for that, where the internet infrastructure of our country has not yet, developed so very prominently or grown so very prominently? So how do you think that we can facilitate that in a country like India, or you have only a very specific segment of students who can afford access, so I would like to know your thoughts on this.
Sure. So from a segment perspective, I think we are saying NIRF top 100, right? We are saying that because, these students are really passionate about learning. They don't just sign up because they want another certificate. They sign up because they really want to learn. And we do select the students before they come in, because the brands or the partners that we work with, they also want the best of students. So there is a qualification process when we go through that segment. And who are some of the universities in India which we work with? We work with most of the IITs. We work, as I said, with BITS Pilani, with the NITs. So just to give you an example, from IIT Bombay, we get at least 10 students in every batch. So VIT Vellore, SRM, Manipal, so many universities that we work with on these platforms. So that's the segment. We also address school students. And so I gave you an example of university students in India. We do that from 6 countries now. We want to go to 20 countries. So even in Singapore, we have students who do that. We also work with about 80 schools, school children, but that may not be relevant to this forum. I'm not too sure if school faculty are on this forum. But we work with schools largely in the Middle East and Southeast Asia in a big way, especially Singapore, Malaysia, and Qatar, Oman, and UAE. These 3 countries. Now, when we work with these students, obviously, what's our strategy is the second question. And you asked me also about the infrastructure. So the very fact that we are speaking and all are in India means that Indian infrastructure is growing. And thanks to players like Jio and Airtel, I can see with COVID, there is a huge push to improve the infrastructure. I don't see a challenge with infrastructure in cities, especially for the target base that we are targeting. Maybe in villages, the internet connectivity is poor, and hence there could be a challenge. But most of the cities